What is going on, everybody? How we doing today? Hope you can hear me. I'm still a little bit paranoid about those sound issues that I was having. I'm hoping that everything's sounding clear and it's not peaking or anything like that. Hope everything's coming in all right. Let me know if it's not, and I'll see what I can do about that. But today, today is going to be Chael Sonnen versus Anderson Silva 3. That's right, not one, not two, but three. And it's not just going to be any kind of fight. It's going to be a boxing match of all things because Anderson Silva does not do MMA anymore. And technically, neither does Chael Sonnen. And Anderson Silva, though, has transitioned into boxing. It's funny. I'm going to talk a little bit about that as time goes on. But first, I got to say hello to everybody. Hello, Kelso Sailor. Hello, Dubes. Hello, Zachary. Hello, Nick. And hello, Krell. How you guys doing tonight? I hope it's okay. I hope you guys are doing all right. This is a commentary stream, a fight commentary stream. I'm known to do these every now and again. I enjoy the hell out of them, and I hope you guys do too. I mean, hey, you guys tell me you do, so I'm going to keep on doing them. But today is going to be the commentary stream for that fight, Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen. And it's going to be a good one. It's going to be an interesting one because, I mean, we've seen Anderson's excuse me, we've seen Anderson Silva in a boxing match before, right? And he does very well, actually. Forget about the Jake Paul Anderson Silva fight, right? That one was weird. But Chael Sonnen, he's not exactly known as a boxer. Now, Chael does have hands in a way that a lot of people kind of underestimate, but what Chael really weaponized was his pace and his ability to take people down and use his grappling, right, when it came to his MMA. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works, how this happens. I'm gonna enjoy the first few seconds of this fight, the opening seconds, right? Because I think that's really going to be that's going to be what allows us to gauge how the rest of the fight is going to go. I also just remembered I have to send a bunch of messages and stuff like that to get the word out about this stream, this here stream. So excuse me while I go ahead and hit send on a bunch of different shit. I feel like there was one more that I did that it's bothering me. It's fucking bothering me. Anyway, um yeah, but excuse me. I think it's very interesting, right? Because there's a trend. There's a trend that people are doing, right? Specifically, people who are MMA fighters. They're kind of buying into this little trend where they get done with MMA, they retire, and they transition into boxing. You have Anderson Silva who did it. You have Uriah Hall. I almost said Uriah Faber. Uriah Hall, who did an influencer boxing match. You had Vitor Belfort, who he was supposed to do an influencer boxing match. He was supposed to be on Misfits like 3 or something like that. I'm pretty sure it was going to be the card that Brandon was going to be on originally, but then Brandon had to pull out of that one, and it got moved to a one that was a little bit later. And then in addition to that, Vitor Belfort, for whatever reason, he ended up not being able to fight. So that's interesting. It's very interesting. Um, it's just funny to me, right? Not to get into the MMA versus boxing thing, at least not too deep into it, but you have a lot of boxing guys who are like, "Oh, dude, MMA fighters can't hang in a boxing match," and it's like, uh, MMA fighters retire, and they're like, "All right, I'm done with the hard shit. Let's go to the easy shit. Let's go to the easy shit. Let's take a few boxing matches." It's just funny as hell. Especially like they don't like to talk about how Anderson Silva could hang with like actual boxers. You know, Anderson the first match Anderson Silva had, I think it was like Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. or something like that. It was somebody who was no slouch, right? It was somebody who was actually somebody in the boxing world at one point. And he ended up like making a fool of him at his own sport. So it's funny that they don't want to talk about that. Instead, they want to talk about like Tyron Woodley, or Ben Askren or some other shit like that. It's also funny how Jake Paul is not a boxer until he beats an MMA guy. Then he is a boxer, right? But like I said, I don't want to be peeling scabs here. I don't want to be doing anything like that, of course. So it's just something I noticed that is a little bit funny to me. It is funny. It's ha ha funny actually. When I see it, I crack up laughing. I lose it. I lose my cool when I see that kind of thing. Hold on, I'm just trying to get back to the chat page here. Boxing is boring. That ship has sailed. I agree. I agree very much so. And the thing is, boxing could be exciting again, but all they have is Jake Paul, and Jake Paul is starting to get boring. So it's like, what do they have, you know? People are not interested in good fights. They're interested in winning. And I'm not trying to fault people for wanting to win. There are legitimate reasons for wanting to be more worried about winning than having good fights, right? There are legit reasons for that. Um, but on the flip side, it makes things boring, you know? And that's what I was saying earlier, right? Like AoE, right? I talk about how I don't like dudes that rush right away. I don't like dudes that castle drop when you're still in feudal age, right? I prefer to give somebody the time they need to build an army so that I can send my army straight into theirs. And if I build an army and I send it there and they don't have an army built yet, then it's like, well, whatever, dude. I gave you plenty of time and you wasted it, so whatever. But there's something fun about that aspect of it. But if you're someone who you're less concerned about having fun with the game as it was meant to be played, and you're more interested in just trying to be as autistic about it as possible, just bang, getting straight to the point, trying to win, you're gonna end up castle dropping on a dude who's like not trying to stop you from doing it, who's not ready for you to do it, so it's easy for you to get away with it, right? Um, and it's kind of the same thing with boxing, where like it's become so refined and people are so worried about winning as opposed to having good fights that if you want to see a good fight, you're better off going to a regional show where like there's two guys who just, they know they're never going to make it anywhere big, so they're just like, fuck it, let's leave it all in the ring, right? Um excuse me. uh Nowadays you have dudes with padded records and shit like that, and it's boring, it's boring, like Neon said. It's boring as shit, and I'm just not that interested in it, Jiu-jitsu has a similar problem as well. I brought a few dudes to a tournament today, and they all did really well, right? Only one of them didn't go home with a medal, and that dude, like, he just had a really tough match. It was a really tough match and it just didn't go his way, right? But one of the kids, right? He's a green belt, which a green belt is a kid's belt, right? This guy is 16 years old. He ended up squaring off against a dude who was like 17 or 18, and he had a blue belt. A blue belt is an adult's belt, right? So it goes white, blue, purple, brown, black. When you're a kid, it goes like white, then you have a few different types of gray, then you have a few different types of, like, I think yellow, then orange, then green, and then you can get a blue belt, right? um so this kid he was going up against, he was doing it longer, and he was a little bit older than the guy that I was with, the green belt, right? We'll call him Timmy, right? The guy that Timmy was going up against, he was like bigger, he was more experienced, and he was a little bit older than Timmy was, right? So I'm actually really proud of Timmy for taking this challenge. And the dude goes up, he tries one throw on Timmy, it doesn't work, so he just pulls guard and hits an armbar like immediately, right? And again, this is like a blue belt with like a green belt, and it's a competition, so I understand you're not going to take anybody lightly, but it was just like that's all that guy drilled for like 6 months, probably, was pull guard, armbar, just straight to it, right? And that to me is annoying, and that's not what fighting is about to me, right? That's what winning is about. That guy is very good at winning, right? But he's not good at fighting, because all he knows how to do is pull guard, go for an armbar. And I know because it's not the only time Timmy faced that guy in the day. He faced him once in gi and once in no gi. And in the no-gi, Timmy did a little bit better, but he still ended up losing via advantage, which means there was no points. But the other guy ended up getting him in that same armbar. It just didn't get Timmy to tap, right? It's what I'm explaining. It's really easy to understand, but it's kind of weird to explain on the fly like that. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying, right? Boxing, jiu-jitsu, Age of Empires, and MMA is becoming the same way. You're seeing that the refinement culture, if you want to call it that, has kind of taken over. And now it's not about fighting anymore. It's about winning as quickly as possible, you know? And it's annoying. And that's not to say that fighting back in the day was not about winning as quickly as possible, but it wasn't about like, okay, we're gonna watch film and this guy he drops his hand when he jabs. So all we're gonna do for like 3 months is just practice parrying jabs and coming over the top with a left hook. That's all we're gonna practice. That's it. That's all we got. That's it. Right? It's less of a game of who's the better fighter and more of a game of who made the right decision for 3 months by practicing one move back to back to back to back to back, day in, day out, right? If that's what makes sense, if that makes sense, what I'm trying to say to you, excuse me. And what was I gonna say? It's just like it's I said it to them earlier, right? Because Timmy's dad was talking to me, and there was a couple other people around too, and I just explained to him like, yeah, there's a lot of guys, guard pullers tend to do this. They get really good at pulling guard and then just hitting a quick submission. Because as I'm saying now, they're not really interested in like getting good at rolling. They just want to win as quickly as possible. And I don't teach that way. I don't bother teaching that way. It's not that we don't drill, it's that I'm not drilling like finishing shit like that, right? If it make again, like if that makes sense what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to teach my guys to be well-rounded, or not even necessarily well-rounded. I want them to be well-rounded, but I'm trying to teach my guys how to win a real fight. I'm trying to teach my guys shit that if we went out into the parking lot with that same dude that Timmy just lost to twice, Timmy could still fuck him up, you know? If there weren't specific rules that said you can't fucking smash a dude and shit like that, right? That's what I want to teach. I don't want to teach, okay, here's how you win the tournament. You're going to pull guard and you're going to get in a triangle. You're going to get a triangle choke. You're going to sit down, you're going to catch a leg, and you're going to heel hook. That's not what I'm teaching. I'm teaching like start to finish. This is how you win a fight, you know? Fucking you can use these moves in order to win a fight. Here's a situation you found yourself in. Here's how you can get out of the situation, or here's what you can do in the situation to get a submission or to make it a little bit easier on yourself. That's what I'm teaching. I'm not teaching, oh, grab him, pull him down to the ground, and fucking, hit an armbar. That's not what I'm teaching. And we started off kind of in one spot and we ended in another spot, and that's because like, the most recent example of refinement culture, which that's kind of a loaded term. I wish there was a better term for it, but the most recent example of refinement culture in combat sports that I saw was literally today in a kid who he doesn't know how to actually take somebody down in an offensive manner, but he was still able to win the tournament because the rule set states that it's cool to lay on your back and hit a quick submission, you know? But Aaron Izayan, where is this damn fight being broadcasted in the U.S.? I'm actually not sure. I gotta be honest with you. I have no clue. I'm watching Brazilian TV right now. And in fact, I'm watching a channel that has other fights on right now. I saw on the internet it was supposed to start at 8. But now I'm being told by my wife, who actually speaks, who speaks Brazilian, that on the websites she's looking at that have Brazilian on it, it's 8:30. So that's why I'm not like, we have a little bit under 10 minutes until it's supposed to start. So that's why I was a little bit later than I meant to be, and that's why I'm sitting here yapping at you guys right now, is because I'm trying to fill time and I'm trying to talk to you guys while we can, you know. Um what was I going to say? Who's winning, Jake Paul or Tyson? How do you think the fight will go? So I'm not a predictions guy, all right? I'm not a predictions guy. I don't like giving predictions, and most guys who are involved in combat sports in a real way don't like giving predictions because it's kind of like, hey man, anything can fucking happen, you know? Jake Paul could get dysentery the night before and absolutely get fucked up. You never know. Stranger things have happened. So like I typically don't like giving them, but last night I gave a prediction basically for the most part. I do think Tyson will lose. Excuse me. I think Tyson will lose. A lot of people are getting hyped up on the fact that it's Mike Tyson as though it's 1989. It's not 89 anymore. It's fucking 2024. All right. Dude, it's been almost 40 years. It's been 35 years since Mike Tyson was like in his prime, or not even in his prime, was like coming up when he was like scary, scary. Not just scary, but scary, scary. It's been 35 years since that, right? Um, fucking speed, agility, stamina, those are things Mike does not have anymore. You know, fucking I'm sure he's got power. Power's the last thing to go, you know. Jack Dempsey, there's a legend around him where he was in his like 70s and some guys tried to jump him. I would assume they were unarmed and he floored it. I think they said it was multiple of them, but I know it was at least one of them. He floored one of them with a fucking body shot in his 70s, right? That is bonkers. That is crazy. That is wild, right? But that's because power is the last thing to go, you know? So, like, Mike has a puncher's chance. He definitely does. But I don't, I don't think that that chance is a fat one. I don't think it's a big chance, right? Excuse me. And Doob says it's on DAZN, ain't it? I got it on some dodgy stream. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is on. Maybe it is on. Maybe I should put that in my bio, Joe Butt Slasher. I'll put that in my bio later. Maybe it is on DAZN. I don't know. I would think it is. I would assume it is. You know, maybe I would possibly. I would believe it's possible. Excuse me. Because that's a huge fight. Like even though it's kind of it's gonna. I'm not saying the fight is gonna be a joke, but the idea of Sonnen versus Silva 3 is kind of like a haha thing. Um, like even though that's the case, it's like like that's kind of a big deal. These are two legends of the sport and they're boxing this time, so like what's gonna happen, how's this gonna go? Because that's what I like to do. I like to stream for the oddities, for the freak show fights and shit like that, and this is kind of a freak show fight. It's two guys who are like in their 50s now, I think. Chael must be in his late 40s. I think Anderson is just straight up like in his 50s. If not, he's like about to be 50. So that's like fucking like it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be funny, and it's gonna be cool to see Chael Sonnen back in action, especially because Chael, he retired. I think it was after the Fedor fight. I'm pretty sure it was after the Fedor fight he retired. If not, it might have been Lyoto Machida. It was one of the two. It was Lyoto Machida or Fedor Emelianenko. He fought them in Bellator. And after the fight, he was just like, yeah, I'm retired. I'm done. I ain't doing this anymore. And like Chael Sonnen's the kind of guy where when he says something, I think you can really take that to the bank, unless he's saying it in character, of course, right? You got to be able to separate Chael Sonnen the man and Chael Sonnen the bad guy, the American gangster, the undefeated, undisputed, never lost a round, largest arms, most charm, doing the most harm, right? You gotta separate those two, right? And when Chael Sonnen the man is saying like, "Nah, I'm done," I think you could usually be like, "Yeah, no, he's done." And he has been done. He hasn't talked about like, yeah, I'm coming back. He hasn't done that at all. This was kind of a surprise, and I think he's only doing it um, because like it's Anderson Silva, right? So he's like, ah, yeah, kind of doesn't count. Kind of doesn't count, This is like me sparring with a buddy, right? But I do hope that they actually do go at each other in a real way. I hope it's legit. I hope they both came prepped. I hope they took their prep, and I hope everything is gonna be. I hope it's gonna be fireworks. Something else too that's interesting about this card I mentioned is you're gonna have an MMA fight to open it up, and then it's gonna be 3 or 4 boxing matches. So that's cool because you typically never see MMA and boxing in the same on the same stage, right? They typically don't touch tips. All right, they typically MMA and boxing typically stay separate. They stay on their side. So that's cool. It'd be cool to see boxing matches in MMA cards. Vice versa. I like ring MMA. I think it's cool. You don't have anywhere that's really good for ring MMA anymore, except like Risen, which I mean, when's the last time you watched Risen seriously? Or is Risen even around anymore? I'm pretty sure Risen's around. I'm pretty sure Risen is still here. There was Pride, then it was like Dream, I think, then it was like Risen. I'm pretty sure, but anyway, Chef, are you streaming the fight itself? If not, where do I watch it? I am not streaming the fight itself because I want to be absolutely sure that I don't accidentally like, because I don't know if there's going to be some weird copyright shit that occurs here, right? Because it's a German beer company that we don't currently have in America. So it's like, okay, well, and then on top of that, the thing with the stuff, the card is in Brazil. So it's like, would copyright extend to America? Maybe, maybe not. I feel like it might though, because like even America, like YouTube respects China's copyright shit. China doesn't respect anybody's copyright shit. They don't believe in any form of intellectual property. They steal everything in China. You know, um, it's insane. But like, if a Chinese company is like, "Hey, that was ours," and you have it on YouTube under this guy, fucking, we're doing a copyright takedown order. They'll take the shit down. YouTube will take the shit down, and they'll be like, you fucking random guy from Ohio, you fucking asshole. It's insane. So I'm just trying to be as careful as I can. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a combination of play-by-play as well as analysis. And if you can't find it on your own, then I'm here to at least tell you what's going on. Definitely don't use any of those sites though, like Buff Streams or Crack Streams or Stream East or anything like that. Those are illegal. All right. If somebody slides you a link that has those, right? Stream East, Buff Streams, Crack Streams, right? Sportsurge.to. Anybody slides you any of those are illegal sites and you should not use them. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Okay. Keep that in mind. Anyway, Alex O asks, Scott Sullivan MMA, is amateur boxing more fun since people can't study opponents as much? I'm not 100% sure. Amateur boxing is different, right? Like the Cubans, they're known for having amateur careers but never going pro. They retire as amateurs, and it's because the Cuban boxing program is so good that they don't have to go pro to try and make money, right? If you're good enough to be an amateur boxer that represents Cuba, that's like being a pro in Cuba, right? And the Cubans, because of this, they have a very amateur heavy style. And what I mean by that is it's very point sparring heavy. You don't have to sit down on your punches as much. There's a lot more in and out sort of back and forth motion, right? It's more about slick combinations than actually trying to like really hurt somebody, right? And that's not to say you don't have slick combinations and in and out movements and other things like that in pro boxing. It's just that it's a little bit more accented. It's a little bit more heavy in amateur boxing as opposed to pro boxing, right? Because amateur boxing, you're only going to have 3-round fights, so it's much more like a sprint. In pro boxing, it's much more like a marathon, right? So those are some of the differences between amateur and pro boxing. So if you like slick technical combinations and a high pace, yeah, amateur boxing can be really fun to do and to watch, right? But if you want to see power, if you want to see long-term strategy, if you want to see like true grit and toughness, you're going to look to the pro divisions, right? The pro divisions, there's no leagues, so I almost said leagues, but you're going to look to the pros. That's what you're going to look to, Excuse me. You can make yourself huge and put a very small stream in the bottom right. I don't even want to chance that. I had one copyright strike already. Luckily it's off, but it's not yeah, I just don't want to go through that anxiety again, So I'm sorry guys, but I'm not going to be I'm not gonna be, putting it on there. I apologize. If I feel like I can get away with it, I'll probably get a video and I'll sync it up to this audio, I guess, to this thing. Sorry, I'm like exhausted because I woke up early and I spent all day at this fucking tournament, I wanted to get to the fish tank house today, but I couldn't even do that. So that's annoying. But dude, I just completely blanked. Oh yeah, I might because I've done this before, right? I take the fight and then I sync it up to my reactions, and I might do something like that maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. Excuse me. Be a shame if the mirror were positioned behind you towards your screen. Yeah, the logistics of that kind of make it a little bit weird, because my screen isn't even here. My screen is like over here. Like I'm watching it like here's the screen. I'm watching it basically like this, right? So it would still be a little bit weird. I think we have a delay though for this stream, so we have to delay the boxing stream to match the times. Exactly. You got to go back like 30 seconds. In and out, back and forth motion. Yes, sir. In and out, back and forth motion. There's a lot of that in boxing. A lot of that. Sorry, I'm just looking around. You don't have Spaten in America? No, we don't have it. We don't have it. It looks like shit beer. It looks like Heineken. I'm not a Heineken guy. I think that stuff tastes like piss water for the most part. So, anything that looks like Heineken, anytime I see beer in a green bottle, I just think, yeah, no, thank you, I'm good. And it looks like it would come in a green bottle. Green is like their big color. But yeah, the show is starting. It's doing that little pre thing where they're like just talking. I think people are still shuffling in too. Is the crazy thing, but dude, everybody's dressed up like it's a gala event, like it's a gala event. It is.
No, I'm just joking.
Oh, hey, I don't know. You understand it. I don't. Baby, I'm gonna be giving my reactions. You're gonna have to do live translation for the commentary for me, okay? I'm gonna need you to just do that constantly for the next 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, yeah. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, I'm watching it on Brazilian TV, so it's like, they're just sitting here like talking about whatever. I don't even know what they're doing. I'm making up stuff in my head. I'm making up stuff in my head. Right now, there's a dude in a polo standing next to a guy in a tuxedo, and I'm just picturing the dude in the polo. He's the reporter. He's just sitting there like, so I just want to congratulate you on coming out as gay. That's a very brave thing to do in 2024, where literally everyone and everything is gay all the time. What do you have to say? Yes, I am a very gay. I am the homosexual. That is me. Garcia versus Davis stream after. I'm not really interested in that. Like, boxing is boring, Fucking boxing is boring. When you see how the sausage is made, there's a lot of shit that becomes boring to you, And then in addition to that, it's like I said, boxing has that refinement thing going on where like nobody takes fights that are any sort of nobody ever takes fights that are any sort of challenge anymore, you know? Like let me guess, Davis is going to beat Garcia because that's what was supposed to happen, you know? And I don't mean that in like, oh, it's all fake. They rigged it. It's all fake. Oh yeah, I don't even mean that way. I mean like Tank Davis, right? Gervonta Davis, his management team is not going to allow him to have any challenge, like really challenging fights, right? Um, so because of that, fucking, they're gonna be like, oh, whatever, you know. Garcia, wait a second, Garcia, fuck, who's Garcia again? Shit. Ah, Garcia. Shit, fuck. There was the guy who just beat Devin Haney, right? That wasn't Garcia, was it? Fuck. It's killing me now because he was like he was going insane or something like that. He was going crazy, and everyone was like, "Is he okay? Whoa, man! Oh, geez! Oh, you know." Um, I'm like, fuck, you know. Krell says, yeah, even matchmaking is political. Ranking, exactly, you know. Um, excuse me. Um, yeah, like it has been for years. You know, boxing is political. Boxing is political. You know, it's been infiltrated by a bunch of different kinds of people who they just you know they're money bags type people as well as political type people. You know, um, it's ridiculous. Bro, I just got a haircut and dude gave me a lineup without me asking for it. I didn't complain because I know hair grows back, but why do barbers do this shit? Yeah, like you ask for like a number 2 on sides and back and scissors on top, right? That's usually what I get. Number 2 on the sides and back, right? And then I just get scissors on the top to kind of, you know, shorten it up, but not give me a buzz cut. And the dude will give me like a fucking it'll just be like weird some of the shit they'll be doing, and it's like I didn't ask for that. I mean, thanks, I guess, you know, but I didn't ask for that. Our bow tie is big in Brazil. It's all I'm seeing. Yeah, I mean, Brazilians dress up.
Yes.
You know, like even going to the store, like my wife is kind of like overdressed sometimes. You know, it's kind of funny. Um, Ryan Garcia. Oh yeah. Wait, so is Ryan Garcia and Gervonta, are they fighting after? Like, are they fighting tonight? Is that what is that what you were saying, Alex? O. Um, Local boxing galas are more fun. You see 11-year-old fights and then uneven matched 185s. Just a lot of surprises. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is funny seeing that. Torture Room says barbers are into geometry. They're into sacred geometry. They're doing fucking like all the weird shit. They're shaving runes into the side of your head. Like this will bring you good luck. You have ED, I'm gonna shave this rune into the side of your head. You're gonna get hard as a fucking missile, dude. It's gonna be straight it's gonna be a straight forest down there with all them pubes and that fucking wood. Um they just love drawing straight lines with your hairline. Yeah. That's kind of like I don't know if that's like an Afro culture thing. I don't mean like Afro, right? But like like a black culture thing that just sort of took over. I don't know if that's what it was, as to where like now barbers can only do like lineups the way that you see it like black barbershops and shit like that. I don't know if that's like a thing or not, or if it was always like that and I just wasn't around in, you know, 1974. So I've, you know, I have no point of reference, you know. I have no clue. Um I have no clue about that, you know. I'm just yeah, cuz like that happens. Like something takes over the culture and then you can't find the old thing anymore. That's what happens with fashion, you know. I really believe that like a lot of women out there would still be dressing in yoga pants if yoga pants weren't replaced by like leggings and other shit like that, you know? You don't just see yoga pants like that around anymore. You know, you used to only see yoga pants. Leggings were like something different, and now it's all leggings. Like baby, do you see yoga pants at the store? Were yoga pants big in Brazil in like 2007, 8, 9, maybe even 10 or 11?
No.
They weren't?
In Brazil, no.
They were huge here. Like women were just wearing yoga pants, and they were like leggings before leggings, and then leggings took over, and now like people don't even bother with yoga pants anymore. I feel like maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe there's mad chicks with yoga pants, and I just don't know.
I don't see too much.
Yeah, like you used to see yoga pants, but now there's leggings, and like you know, I'm like it, but leggings were put here by black people to try and ethnically cleanse the world of yoga pants. That's what I'm saying. Like that's not what I'm trying to say. It's just that like I feel like you know, as rap and hip hop culture has sort of taken over, everybody walks in, like so many people have started walking in and being like, yo, line me up, yo, Taquavius, line me up, and they're like, all right, white boy, get in the fucking chair. You know, that like even other barbers are like, fuck people, like the 57-year-old barber who's been cutting hair in a small town for like 40 years is like, oh, well, they're coming in asking for something called a lineup. What's a lineup? I think I gotta go to the YouTube and figure out what a lineup is. And then they type in, like, black person haircut. They type that into YouTube. And they're like, oh, so that's a lineup. Like, I feel like that's really a thing that could happen, you know? And it's just because, like, that, you know, lineups took over the culture. They took over, damn it. They took over. They polluted our fucking our shit. You know? Scott's gonna name his firstborn son Taquabius, and he's going to be whiter and more ginger than him. Yeah, my brown wife is gonna pop out an albino baby. That's what's gonna happen. That'd be hilarious, dude. That'd be funny as shit. Fuck him. Oh, the fight is Gervonta versus Davis, not Garcia versus Davis. Yeah, I don't even know who Davis is, right? I couldn't even tell you, you know, meaning the other guy named Davis, not Tank. Excuse me. Crank Sinatra says this happens in gun stores. Can I get an extendo? Exactly. Like, I guarantee you there's people who walk into gun stores, right? Probably some like 18, 19-year-old kid who he listened to like Lil Pump back in 2016. You know, and now he's like, "Oh, dude, I'm going to get the Glock with an extendo." And it's like he comes from a cow town in Iowa. You know, he comes from a cow town in Iowa, but he's sitting there like, "Shit, I'm going to get that Glock with the extendo." Shit, fucking these ops out, airing them out, right? Like, he's talking like that. He comes from a place where there's more corn than people, you know, and he probably walks into the gun store, the hick behind the counter is like, yeah, what can I get you? Hey, yo, let me get that extendo. He's like, that what? And then, like, now, fucking Farmer Bill, the gun store owner, he owns the gun store. That's his main source of income, but his name's Farmer Bill. He has to figure out what an extendo is. That way, when the next fucking idiot 19-year-old comes in asking for one, he's like, "Oh yeah, here you go." Or with a clip hitting that switch. Yeah, the Draco. Yo, Scott, do you smoke cigs? Nah, I don't smoke cigs. I used to, though. I miss smoking cigs, but like it's more that I miss the ritual, you know? And it would have been much better if I never got that ritual in the first place, obviously. You know, if I missed smoking that much, I'd just smoke again, but like, you know, fucking sometimes I think about cracking open a fresh pack of Newport Red Hundreds, and I'm just like, man, That would be fantastic. But obviously I know that's like bad, you know? That was a stupid. That was a stupid, you know? Scott, would you have stopped 9/11 if you had the chance? Look, I'm not saying I'm some kind of hero. All right, really? Not. All right. But if I was on that plane, it would have went different. You you better believe that. Imagine talking like that. Imagine like really being that way, you know? Like you at that point there had never really been like there had been a surprising amount of hijackings in the past, both midair and grounded, and none of them ever turned into anything like what 9/11 was. So I could actually imagine just sitting there thinking to myself, "Oh yeah, I remember when this happened in 1980, whatever." You know, I'm like a 40-year-old dude. I remember when the Libyans or the whoever hijacked the plane, some Iranians, whoever does it, whoever was doing it. I can remember when that happened and the hostages got freed, whether they were let go or if like the plane got raided. I'm just sitting here thinking, all right, they're gonna break into the cockpit. They're gonna be like, no, you're not gonna land in I think it was New York. No. Fuck, I forget where they were going originally. You're not gonna land in the intended destination. We're gonna veer off course and we're gonna fly to Cuba instead, right? We're gonna fly to a non-extradition country that may actually be okay with what we've done. You know, that's probably what most people were assuming was like, all right, well, it's about to get a lot warmer. Shit. All right, we're gonna be in Cuba in 7 hours, so I guess I might as well try and relax. Um, Scott's wearing a hard hat on the construction site with a Newport Red 100 clenched in his teeth. Ah, yeah, them's were the days. Them's were the days. Dude, I zin like a lady. Dude, like, I don't care if it's just zin. The idea of a woman packing a lip of any kind that's just like a hell no to me, you know? It's like, dude, damn, like, fuck. Like, you walk over to your wife and you're like, baby, I want a kiss. She turns around and she's like, all right, baby. She tries to pucker up. She can't. She's got dip spit, like, dribbling. It's like, nah. Dip is so gross. It's nice if you can enjoy it because it's about the only thing you get high off of, right? It's about the only thing you get high off of when it comes to tobacco and shit like that. But like just the act of dipping is like, yeah. Especially you got a fucking water bottle. You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna spit into this water bottle, and you're gonna see the brown ass dip spit and shit like that. Either that, or you got something even worse. They used to have mud jugs, right? Mud jugs are they're. You know what? I don't even know what the hell that is. Like, what are they like? Jackhammering out there or something? Jeez. I'm drawing you guys a fucking mud jug right now. So this is what a mud jug looks like on the outside, right? And then this hole right here, right? That right there, the little triangle I put in the middle, you spit into that and it drips down and it collects, right? In here. And as long as you don't fill it up too much, if you knock it over, since this thing is like that, the dip spit is not gonna pour out, right? Just because of the shape. Like that is somehow even worse. That is somehow even more gross than anything else that you could have because dudes aren't emptying their fucking mud jug every time they pack a lip, They're doing that shit like once a week tops. You know, so that's just like, holy shit, dude. You know? Anyway, um, how about the Zine shit that Tucker is hooked on? I don't even know what that is. How do you clean that? I mean, I'm pretty sure because I never owned one. You know, I dipped a little bit in high school, but I never like I didn't get that deep into it. I'm pretty sure you unscrew it and then you wash it out. You know, I'm pretty sure you piss in it. I'm pretty sure you clean it with urine actually. Oh man. A power washer. Yes, that is true, Joe Butt Slasher. You could hit it with a power washer. That's probably what I'd want to do as well. I'm waiting for this to start, and, I would assume it's probably going to start around 9. The fights are going to start around 9, I would guess, because, I don't see why they would have more than a half hour of build-up, a half hour of, like, okay, here is what we are here for today. We are here to see Chael and Sonnen gets beat by Anderson Silva. Fucking, I don't see why that would take more than a half hour for them to be able to do. Just remember, baby, USA. Don't be upset when Anderson Silva gets beat by the greatest fighter ever. Okay, all right.
Yeah, Chael Sonnen.
Yeah, Chael Sonnen. Chael Sonnen. She's flipping me off right now. I stand with Big Tobacco. Yeah, that's like excuse me. That's one thing like that I kind of hate is the way that tobacco users are like clamped down upon, and that's not even like an ironic statement. It's like genuine. Like when I was smoking cigarettes, they went from like $8 a pack to like $12 a pack, but in like the 4 years I was smoking, I can only imagine what they are now. It's got to be fucking bonkers. And it's like it doesn't stop people from quitting. It doesn't stop people from quitting. It doesn't stop people from smoking. They just end up having to pay more. And they know that it doesn't help people to quit smoking. The monetary incentive doesn't help people. So it ends up excuse me. It ends up like it's just bullying. It's extortion. Like you don't bully someone, right? Like the high school bully wasn't taking people's lunch money because he wanted those guys to toughen up and one day get the balls to stand up to him and be like, "No." If that kid was like, "No, I'm not giving it to you," he wouldn't have been like, "Well, it seems as though my work is done. Seems as though you have learned a valuable lesson on assertiveness and self-worth and standing up for yourself. Good job, man. Good job." That's not what it is. He wants the money. So he's going to keep on bullying the fucking guy. And no matter what the guy does, he's going to keep on trying to bully the guy and take his money and shit like that, And that's kind of what it is. It's like the high school bully coming and being like, "Oh, you want your cigs? Give me your fucking lunch money," This shit's ridiculous. The most oppressed minority of all time, smokers. Nobody has had it more rough. Nobody has had it more rough. Jake Paul pays money for people to kiss his dad. I mean, how much? How much is he paying? How much is he paying? Scott actually did this to kids in high school. I did. This is a 100% tobacco is good for you stream chat. If you don't like it, get out. Exactly. Get scat. Now, go on, get. Anti-tobacco was an insanely successful public health propaganda campaign, for better or worse. Probably better, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I don't think tobacco is actually good for you, right? I think a lot of things in moderation can be good for you. I don't think everything in moderation can be good for you. So I don't think, like, smoking a cigar is the worst thing you could do, right? I'm not saying it's even bad for you necessarily. You're doing it once in a blue moon. It wouldn't surprise me if there were certain benefits to it that cancer sort of overrides, right? But like, yeah, I mean, it was a propaganda campaign, and it's funny too because now they don't even do anti-smoking ads anymore. They do anti-vaping ads anymore, and they can't even be honest in the anti-vaping ads. It's funny, right? like we don't necessarily know if vaping has like any ill health issues or anything like that. I happen to think that it does kind of fuck with your lungs a little bit, right? And I think this because I vaped for years when I stopped smoking cigs, and when I was vaping, I noticed that my lungs were a little bit fucked, right? And then when I got off vaping, my lungs were better. My lungs got better, right? But with that said, we don't know if it causes cancer. We have no reason to believe that it causes cancer. We have no reason to believe that it causes strokes, fucking like anything, blood clots, anything like that. We have no reason to believe that. And yet, I've seen multiple anti-vaping ads on TV that say like, "Oh, did you know that vaping increases anxiety?" And it's like, well, does it? I don't know. Vaping never increased my anxiety. It helped my anxiety, if anything. I'm not saying vaping is good for your anxiety. I'm just saying if I was anxious, I might take a puff or two of my vape, you know? Try and calm down. If I was stressed, I might calm down by like, fucking taking a suck or two of the Robo Dick, right? Um, but like they say that type of shit. They're like, oh, it actually it can affect your stress and anxiety levels. It can do this, it can do that. Not to mention all the health issues, and it's like, what health issues? Name the health issues. If there were real health issues, you would name them, because saying a stroke is much more scary than saying health issues, right? What they're doing is they're putting the cart before the horse. They're like, oh well, fucking um uh I mean, we don't know if there's any health risks, but like we have a feeling there could be, maybe, and one day we'll figure it out. So why don't we just say not to mention the health risks, and then when a study comes out saying that if you vape, your lung capacity is only 99.99% of what it should be, meaning you're only missing 0.01% of your lung capacity, then like, you could when that happens, when they come out saying that, then we can be like, aha, vindicated. You see, we knew what we were talking about. That's like a really weird and annoying thing. It's like really stupid as hell, you know? But it's 9 p.m. right now, and I'm still waiting on the fucking fights. It's these two yahoos sitting behind a desk trying to be fucking DC and whoever else, John Anik over here, trying to be Boss Root and Ariel Helwani. Neon, you're welcome for bullying you about your vaping. Fucking, I'm gonna get back into vaping now. Actually, I was thinking about it, Neon. I think I'm gonna get back into vaping. Will you go back on PKA? Your episode was great. I want to get back on PKA. I talk to Taylor pretty often. I told him I'm down to come back on, and he said that if they need someone to fill in, he will definitely hit me up. But I'm not gonna like. At this point, I consider Taylor to be a friend. We play AOE. He's taught me a lot. We're getting to know each other a little bit better. All right, who knows? He might be the one. He might be the one. You never know. I might end up popping the question to him one day. I don't want to be bothering my friend constantly. Like, dude, can I come back on? Can I come back on? Dude, can I come back on? Right? I don't want to be doing that. Fucking. How are you streaming the fight? I'm watching Brazilian TV. We have this thing. I don't even know how it works, but we have this thing on my TV. The Amazonian tribesmen I live with, they shook a chicken bone in front of the TV. They started doing chants. They started doing rain dances near near the TV. My wife's sick of it. She's fucking sick of it at this point. She was just sitting there like, yep, yep. No, but my wife and her sister, they have this thing. I don't know how it works. Fucking, and what was I gonna say? It's like, I don't know. It taps you into Brazilian TV. Bottom line is what it does. It says the Chael fight is at 4 in England, so another 2 hours. I'm guessing. I fucking hope not. I fucking hope not. 9, 10, 11. Actually, Actually, that's not that bad because there's a few undercard fights. So if you're saying that like the ring walk for Chael Sonnen and Anderson Silva is going to be at 4 a.m. in England, which is going to be 11 p.m. in Massachusetts, then yeah, that's actually kind of reasonable. That's pretty fucking reasonable considering this is another reason I don't do UFC cards is because if I did every UFC card, I'd start streaming at 10 p.m. and I wouldn't stop streaming until like 1:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. And I just don't want to do that all the time. You know, I'm not in the mood for that. Oh, cool. You should get Taylor on an AOE stream. I've been thinking about doing that, and I probably will ask him. You know, again, that's something I don't want to bother him about necessarily because you know I'm sure he gets enough of being Mister you know E celeb fucking from PKA related shit. But I'll probably ask him just to see if he'd be down for it. You know, I don't see why not. Fucking well, I I get him on stream and I try and act like I'm coaching him. I'm like, yeah, no, we'll go this. And I just immediately start like, okay, Taylor, what you want to do right away is start queuing villagers, as many villagers as you can, okay? And get the 3 villagers that you start with, get them on houses, okay? And find your cattle ASAP and get them over so that the villagers that you queue, you can get them on the cattle. I just start like I start trying to walk him through Fast Castle like he didn't teach that to me. I bet he'd be so mad at that. He'd probably be like, "Oh yeah." And then if I didn't stop like quick, if I didn't stop real quick, he'd probably be like, all right, man. Okay. All right. That's enough." Fucking I think it's just a nicotine raises blood pressure, right? High blood pressure can make you anxious. Not that it means anything beyond anxious. Being anxious, excuse me, isn't gonna end you. Yeah, pretty much, you know. Although nobody wants to feel anxious all the time, you know. Plus, high blood pressure is not good. High blood pressure could end you, you know. I remember what made me want to quit cigarettes, right? Was there was a point where I was smoking cigarettes, and every like third or fourth cigarette that I would smoke, my heart rate would increase, and I'd feel it thumping and I'd start to feel a little bit sick. And this is like after years of being a pack a day smoker. For some reason, cigarettes just started making me feel sick. And I was like, maybe maybe this is a sign. Maybe I gotta knock this shit off. I gotta fucking get out of this bullshit, you know? I gotta fucking stop it, dude. I gotta stop that shit, man. Come on, dude. Yeah, they're like they're doing like the documentary thing where like they show somebody like training and they have them talking in the background, you know. With with this fight, I want to beat his face. I'm going to beat his face into the ground. I will. He will see a Deus. He will see Deus. Meu Deus. He will cry for his mother. Speedball, come on now. That's what us cool guys do. Yeah, jeez. I've never speedballed in my life, and I don't think that's something I necessarily want to do. You know. Um, do you feel like your cardio is fine now, despite having smoked? My cardio is shit, and it's because I'm fat. Like that's why I didn't compete today. I'm not competing today because I'm not a fucking white belt, so I can't just go in there and win off of strategy alone. You know. Um, I'm a brown belt, and there's a chance that I would have had to roll with black belts anyway. So it's like, yeah, shit. You don't want to go into a brown or a black belt tournament without being ready for that, you know, because that's how you'll get like you could seriously get hurt. You know, they don't fuck around. Um, like to me, a grappling tournament is like I don't want to call it a joke, but it's not that serious. But guys that are really into jujitsu, that's their UFC middleweight, heavyweight, fucking pussy weight championship, right? We have one fight. It's Bia Mesquita, literally Bia Mesquita versus somebody else that I couldn't catch the name of. This is actually going to be an MMA fight inside of the ring, so that's going to be interesting. we'll go ahead and we'll see. It's going to be 3 rounds, 5 minutes. I can't read any of the other shit. So, you know. All right. Ponto sal, roundy. Fucking, I would assume that means points round by round.
Yeah, and they say elbows are allowed.
Elbows are allowed. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I want to see somebody get cut open with an elbow. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, like that's why I didn't compete today, is because, like, I'll be honest with you, I get winded walking upstairs if it's the right amount of stairs, and if I'm going too quick, especially if I'm trying to talk. Like, that's how out of shape I am. And, like, I got to do something about that. And that's one of the things that this summer I'm putting a lot of effort and energy into, is, like, I got to lose the weight, and I got to get at least a little bit better cardio, so that hopefully, you know, the winter time comes, and when those guys come back, oh, Kira Gracie is on wow, Kira Gracie is not as cute as I remember her being.
She's getting old.
What happened, baby?
She's getting old.
What did you guys do to Kira Gracie? Anyway, oh, now it's fucking it's buffering. That's great. That's all right. I have backup plans just in case. All right. But with that said, like I knew that it would not be a good idea for me to be fucking around, so I was like, nah, I'm not gonna bother fucking around. You know, bottom line. Okay, we're good. All right, so we have the first girl coming up. I wonder who this is as to where they got this on the card. So her name is Jojo Ramos. I'm wondering what the oh yeah, no. One of them, I think it's the Bia Mosquita chick. I think she's a like a very like big jujitsu girl, you know. So because of that, they're like, oh, let's have her on the card, and okay, fine, we'll make it MMA because she's a jujitsu girl. So, you know, we're probably gonna see a submission then, you know, hopefully a quick submission. It's got to be tried hiking up elevation. It's hardcore, but it's like super cardio. I've tried it once. Nothing too huge. Yeah, and it was tough. It was pretty tough. I was like young when I did it. I was like, I want to say maybe 13, 14, maybe 15. And we underestimated the length of the trail we hiked, so we actually had to quit halfway through. And I mean, shit, you know, that's how tough it was. That's how tough it was, you know. Bia Mesquita. Oh boy. Oh, she's walking out in the fucking mask. That's so stupid. You look stupid. You look fucking dumb, Bia. What are you doing? Just get your ass out there. Stop trying to. That looks so dumb. People who have like walkouts like that, it's like it's almost annoying nowadays, you know, because it always feels forced. Maybe that's because, like I said about Creator Clash, halfway through I got sick of watching Creator Clash 2 they because they were like everyone had like a fucking like thing. No, it's not a skull mask. It's this like light up thing, you know. All right, finally she's walking out. Yeah, it's this light up mask with X's and like a smiley thing. Oh, what is going on, dude? She went the wrong way. She can't even see where she's going. They had to point her up the stairs. All right, well, here she is, ladies and gentlemen, Bia Mesquita. Oh, dude, just get out there. Get out to the ring, lady. Get out to the ring. Don't start doing fucking capoeira. I already hate like her specifically. I already don't like her specifically. I'm just like, holy shit, I want her to lose. But Yeah, like I think I got sick of creative walkouts after watching Creator Clash too. Because it's like I said, iDubbbz and Anissa were definitely 100% like, oh, you know what you should do? You know what we're all gonna do? You know what you should do because we're all gonna do it? You should do like a creative walkout. You should like get all your friends and you can make costumes. Here, we'll give you some money for costumes. We'll give you some costume money, and you can go ahead and you can have a costume made, and you'll do your thing, and yeah, it'll be fun and funny. The only good one of those was Harley. I remember now because he was Big Boss. I'm pretty sure it was. Fuck. You see, I'm not like the most familiar with Metal Gear. I know there's like Snake. There's Solid Snake, Liquid Snake. I'm pretty sure Solid Snake is also called Big Boss. Like it's fucking confusing. But he went out in the Metal Gear Solid costume, and he didn't just walk out doing like going out like, aha, yeah, oh, walk into the ring, haha. He didn't do that. He like started up in the fucking bleachers. Like that actually took thought in a real way that was really fucking cool to see. And he surprised tons of people. That's sick as fuck. And it sucks he didn't win that because that would have been legendary. That would have been insane how cool that was. But yeah, like that was the only one of those that I thought was actually really cool. Everybody else seemed phoned in to one degree or another, right? Hi Ecuador says, what would your walkout song be if you had to have one? I do different songs every time. I pick a song that pumps me up right then and there. The first one I ever did, here's Jojo Ramos. She's 25 years old, 61.6 kilograms. I don't know what that commie bullshit is. 1.65 commie units tall. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, my first fight I did "Wheel in the Sky" by Journey, but they fucked it up and they gave me a reggae song, which it's funny because now I love reggae. They played the wrong song. The next one I did was "Cisco Kid" by Sublime. After that was "No Lie" by 2 Chainz and Drake. After that was "Scream" by Misfits, and then after that was "Party Hard" by Andrew WK. So yeah, there's that. But here's round one of this first fight. So Bia is in the white. No, Bia is in the green, and JoJo is in the white. So here we are. We're gonna see how this goes. We're gonna see if there's a shot immediately. And nothing yet. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. All right, Bia Mosquito versus Jojo Ramos, and this is an MMA fight, so it's gonna be 3 5-minute rounds. Both of them just sort of, just staying loose in the center right now. I don't think either of them really wants to be the first one to make a move, Just feeling each other out right now, but nobody's thrown a punch yet. Jab from a JoJo. Again, just sort of kind of dancing in front of each other, just trying to see what each other's going to... Ooh, all right, so we have a jab followed by an overhand by Bia, and she ends up shooting in for the takedown off of that overhand. She gets it, but JoJo is standing back up. She is in the corner right now, and Bia takes her back down. She's now in a half guard position. JoJo flattening her out, going with that shoulder pressure to the chin. Bia is still... JoJo still has Bia in that half guard, right? I forget. I think I might have mixed the names up earlier. I apologize. Right now, JoJo is on bottom. Bia is on top. So right now, Bia is choosing to remain in the half guard, which is something you don't see too well. You don't see that much half guard anymore, I feel like. I'm not saying you never see it. You just don't see that much of it anymore, from what I can tell. So it's funny seeing that half guard position. Half guard position is actually pretty beneficial in MMA because it's kind of a position where you're mostly free, but you're still able to really weigh down on top of them. And that's kind of what B is doing right now. She's just trying to keep all of her weight on top of JoJo right now. And she's going body, head. Oh, and I believe she transitioned to the mount. Yes, she transitioned to the mount position. She's airplaning on top of JoJo right now. So airplane, you see, airplane position is something you typically see in sport jiu-jitsu. Ooh, looked like an elbow, quick, short elbow from JoJo. So, not JoJo B, excuse me. Right now, JoJo is trying her best to avoid any punches and elbows, but it's not really working out that well. She's trying to sit up right now. That's not good. Ooh, she ended up turning, and now Bia has the back, and she has got a rear naked choke in. She's got her flattened out, and there is the tap. All right. Well, I don't like her, but she won. Yep. So that was a rear naked choke to finish in the first round. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, you know, we're gonna see takedowns. Is what we're gonna see. We're gonna see fucking takedowns. That's just the way that it is, you know. Are you gonna come on Fish Tank Season 2.5? Yes, yes, I will be there. I ain't gonna tell you nothing more. Nothing more. I ain't gonna tell you nothing more. I tell you. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Man, it's crazy how few MMA girls are actually attractive, and all the attractive ones end up going to BKFC. Like any of them that are like semi-attractive, they end up in BKFC. You know, and it's because to them it's not about to them it's not about to them it's not about what's it not about? To them it's not about yeah, like BKFC doesn't necessarily even like BKFC likes to hit that cross between like women who can fight and women that are attractive, you know. So they'll kind of cater to attractive women. I've noticed. Sorry, I'm just sending a text real quick. All right. I have something brewing right now that's going to be really big. It's going to be really cool, and I don't want to say anything about it yet, just to make sure. Um, you know, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to play out, but I'm really excited for it. You know, I'm really excited for it. All right, so we have Bia Mosquita. She wins, and for some reason, she's being given a belt right now, and it is probably the ugliest belt that I have ever seen. And I've seen some pretty ugly belts. They couldn't even actually strap it around her. That is pretty weird. That belt not only looks ugly, it looks like it's gonna fall apart in a stiff breeze. So yeah, I'm not. I don't know, dude. I don't know, bro. I don't know, dude. Um, you know, that's probably just like a thing. It's not like she definitely didn't win any kind of championship or anything like that. You can see it's plastic, you know. Excuse me. Like that shit looks plastic. It's fucking weird. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Weird. Very weird. Um, is the exciting thing this stream or a future thing? Nah, it'll be a future thing. Would a Shoryuken work in a real fight? Of course, it'd work too well. That's why it's banned in the cage and on the street. It's one of the few moves that's even banned on the street. They just give her a piece of trash for winning. Exactly. They're like, hey, we found these belch. We found these belch on the corner of the street. Yeah, it is yours. They spent all the money on her costume. That's what they did. They're like, we have a $20 budget. All right, how much of that do you want to go to your costume? All of it. And she got that dumb mask. I don't understand anything, so I'm just kind of looking around. I'm catching up on messages and other shit like that, you know? So there's one fight. Hold on. How many fights are there again tonight? I'm gonna double check just to be sure. Just to be sure. Yeah. Yes. Um. Uh. Okay. Yeah. So it's one, two, three, four, five. So there's 5 fights total tonight. There's 5 fights total tonight. All right, that was one. So there is no wait, no. What am I talking about? Sorry. One, two, three, four. No, there's 4 fights tonight. So that was one of four. One of four, including Chael Sonnen. So there's that. There's that. There's that bullshit. Don't worry. I'm sure it's gonna get onto the other one soon. There we go. Now it's showing the takedown. See, she stood up against the ropes, which is interesting, you know? Usually people use the cage to stand up. It's hard to do that against ropes. I don't think she explicitly used the ropes to stand up, but you know, it was interesting seeing that stand up. You know, then now they're showing the ground and pound that I was talking about, you know. Yeah. It's tough when somebody who knows how to keep you down is on top of you, you know. Even when you train for that kind of thing. Like it's tough. Fighting's tough, dude, you know. You can have everything go right for you, but it just goes righter for somebody else, you know. Like that's what happened today with one of the guys that I had, right? It was the one adult that we had, and everything went right for him. It went more right for the other guy, and because of that, he was able to win. You know, meaning the other guy, and like my guy didn't do bad at all. I was actually really proud of him, but unfortunately, that is just the type of thing that'll happen. You know, oh well, shit happens in the fight world. Shit happens in the world. Um, Ma'am, your eyebrows are huge. I wasn't paying attention to her eyebrows.
It wasn't saying.
Her eyebrows are huge, really.
Uh-huh.
I'll try and take a look. Hopefully they'll have like a triumphant moment where she's like, yeah, you know, and I'll be able to see. Well, martial arts should a 25-year-old start learning if they've never fought properly? Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and boxing, you can and you should learn all of them at the same time, but if you absolutely positively only had the time to learn one, or if you only had the money to learn one, yeah, she's got a couple of caterpillars sitting on top of her eyes. I could see that. If you only had the time or the energy or the money to learn one, you should learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because there is a higher learning curve, meaning it's harder to get good at, and it takes a little bit longer to get good at. So if you were going to have a head start on one, you would rather it be the one that it's going to be harder and longer for you to get good at, right? Jiu-Jitsu is hard and long. Um, and fucking it's like I said about Tyson, you know. Tyson has a puncher's chance. You might not have the greatest chance, but it's still a bigger chance of lucking your way into a knockout punch. You have a greater chance at that than you do lucking your way into like an armbar or a triangle choke or a fucking heel hook or something like that. If you don't know what those are, if you don't explicitly know how to get into them, you're never going to be able to like you're never going to be able to just like accidentally find yourself in one day out of nowhere. That's not the way that it works at all, you know. Would you support competitive wheelchair boxing? Why not? I'm not an ableist. I think everybody can do everything all the time, you know. Fucking that is a thing though, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that is a thing, you know. But striking is cooler. Yeah, I am more of a fan of striking. You know, I am more of a fan of striking, but it's easier to get better at striking and you can do it a little bit quicker. They keep showing this shit with it's a a commercial with like mad tarantulas and shit like that, and they're like CGI tarantulas. So I'm not like oh, right, but it's just like a weird commercial. It's an annoying commercial, you know. Oh, I get it. Okay, I forgot that it's an Anderson Silva commercial, and his nickname is the Spider. So that's why they had the spiders in. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Baby,
Ah,
how do you say spider in Spanish?
I don't know in Spanish. In Portuguese, it is aranha.
Araña.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So do you call him that? Like Anderson.
No,
Araña.
no, we call him Spider.
Oh, you literally just call him Spider.
Yeah, Anderson
That's
Silva
it.
is Spider.
Oh, that's funny. Um, yeah. So, all right. Lesson. You guys got a Portuguese lesson there. When's the Sura Gibunda match? What's that?
Hmm?
Somebody asked when's the Sura the is it Sura or Suha?
Surra de bunda?
Suha Gibunda. What's that mean? I know Bunda, Gibunda, but like
Surra?
what's
It's like be you up with bunda, something like that.
when's
Surra.
so it's not
Spank you with bunda, something like that.
oh. So it's when's the spanking the ass match is basically what he said.
Yeah.
Oh man. Um, the only cool parts of grappling are clean judo throws and wrestling slams. Yeah, nah. I mean, I like slick transitions and stuff like that. I like little tricks on the ground and stuff like that. I have tons of little things that I do on the ground that are like really cool. One of the guys, if you guys check my Instagram story, you'll see. If you guys check my Instagram story, that you'll see that what will you see? Oh yeah, somebody hit a move today to finish the match, right? Somebody won a match with a no gi Ezekiel choke that my coach taught us one day because I started teaching people how to do something called the gift wrap, right? And I have so many transitions from the gift wrap. I didn't even know it had a name. I gave it its own name. I called it tying the noose, which like it's really hard to teach that to kids because you're gonna tell kids to tie the noose. That's insane. Imagine I go to one of the little black kids in my class and I say we're gonna tie the noose. That'd be, but I found a better name for it. It's called the gift wrap, right? And there's so many things that I'll do off of it. I have armbar setups. I have fucking, I have that Ezekiel choke. I have, I have transitions to back take. You can go back take. You can go from like half guard to back take if you hit the gift wrap, right? It's really cool and I love it. That type of stuff is fun. Um, oh, Zachary says the Surra Jibunda is a Brazilian fighting style which involves a female fighter beating her buttocks into a man's face, potentially leading to concussion.
Oh,
Well, the more you know.
okay.
The more you know. All right, so we got more of those guys behind the counter right now, but behind that desk. We're just waiting on the next match. So hopefully those guys will do their thing soon. Sooner rather than later. But, it is what it is. Brat. There's something about this, right? There's only 4 fights, but they're trying to make it into like a 2 to 3 hour thing. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like fucking A. Like, can we get the show on the road? This could be like a nice 2 hour spectacle. You know, you could fit 4 fights into 2 hours. That's two fights an hour. But instead, in between every fight, they're gonna go back to the guys behind the desk. Then we're gonna hear Anderson Silva talk. Then we're gonna hear Chael Sonnen talk. They're gonna dub over him. They're not gonna have his real voice. They're gonna have primitive caveman grunts. You know, fucking, you know, we're gonna finally get to the next fight. Ah, man, oh man. They have to show the spider ad 40 more times exactly. Fucking exactly. They need to let you know that Spot Hidden Beer is endorsed by Anderson Silva because he enjoys it so much. Not because he's getting paid by the company, but because he personally enjoys the beer so much, you know? That's just like NordVPN. I like NordVPN because Internet Historian recommends it to me, not because they pay him, no way, but because he loves the product that much. Have Brazilian Joe Rogan talk for 1 hour and a half between each fight. Yes, that is the best way. Although I will say nothing beats that Triller card with Ben Askren and Jake Paul, where they had multiple musical acts in between. And not like, I don't mean one musical act. I mean, it was like they had Justin Bieber and then Doja Cat. And then Ice Cube, Snoop Dogg, E40, Too Short, right? All these old fucks that should have stopped rapping 10 years ago or more. Fucking, then they had them. Then they had a nice little intermission, you know? Then Doja Cat came out and said some more racial slurs, and then then finally they had fight number one, and it was like, fucking shit, that was terrible, you know, that was awful. That was like, I remember I had to work that next day, and I was like, wow, this is awful. I hate this. I can't believe I have to work tomorrow, knowing like, and this is how I'm spending my. It was a Sunday night too. Like, I have to work tomorrow. It's a Sunday night. This is how I'm spending my Sunday night. Really? What is wrong with me? What am I doing here right now? And I think it was like 2 or 3 a.m. when they finally got around to Ben Askren versus Jake Paul, and it didn't even last one round. And that was like that was a smack in the face. And I'm glad Triller doesn't do cards anymore. Fuck Triller, dude. I hate Triller so much because of that shit. This is my opinion, of course, you know. Joao Rogao. Hey, baby. I have a Coke. It's like by the bed, kind of underneath it. Could you grab me like a couple of them? I'm gonna throw them in the freezer. Yep. How did you get in with the MDE crowd? Have you explained this before? If so, sorry. Yeah, I've explained it a bunch of times, but you know, it's all good. I like telling stories. I like hearing myself talk. If you didn't already know. So in fact, you know what? I said I'd do this at one point. I never did. I'll go ahead and I'll do it now because we got time, I guess. And if we don't have time right this second, I at least have it, and I'll tell you the story after. I was prospecting for a motorcycle club. No, just kidding. I tried out for bare knuckle fighting championships in 2021. I was numero. Is this a 1 or a 7? I'm pretty sure this is 37. That looks like 37 to me. Baby,
Huh?
does this look like 31 or 37 to you?
31?
Yeah. I was 30 something. I was prospect number 30 something of like over 100 guys, right? All these BKFC tryouts, you look at them, the pictures after, it's all like here's the next fight coming up, right? I'll finish this story because this story sets up for the next one. Like all these tryouts, if you look at them, it's like 20 guys, 30 guys. It's so easy to get noticed at them, right? I show up to the one that has fucking 100 guys. So naturally, I don't just get noticed for anything other than my red hair. And that doesn't, you know, they're not just interested in me for my red fucking hair, and then they're going to be like, let's see if you can fight, you know? They're looking at everybody the whole time. So needless to say, I didn't get picked, okay? A guy from Massachusetts got picked. His name was Lardy, although he goes by Cito. Cito Navarro. Cool guy. He's fought a couple of times on their cards, and I'm hoping he will fight again soon because he's one of the few people that I'll tune in to BKFC to see, as well as Zach Kalmus, who was another local guy. He's from Gloucester, though. He's up the North Shore. If you go far enough back on my Instagram account, you'll see that I have pictures with Zach. I didn't get picked though, but just because you don't get picked at the tryout, it doesn't mean that you won't get put on a card. Literally, all you got to do to this day is hit up Nathan Shook, the matchmaker, and be like, "Hey, I want to get on a card," and he'll be like, "All right, well, we'll pair you up with somebody." Right? That's how easy it is to get into BKFC to this day. Right? And that's because their model is we'll take anybody so long as they'll take practically no money for their fights. You know, we gotta pay Mike Perry the big bucks, so we don't have the money to pay other people. All right, it's Khalil Silva versus Paulo Roberto, we'll call him Cal. Cal Silva is Anderson Silva's son. So that's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. So I wanted to bolster my chances of getting on a card. So I drafted up a letter, and I was gonna send it in the form of a message to Nathan Shook, the matchmaker for BKFC. But I wanted to make sure that I wasn't gonna come off like a fucking goober. And well, who's the guy who's really good at telling you if you're gonna sound or look like a goober? Well, Sam Hyde. I send that shit to Sam Hyde thinking, he's probably not even gonna answer me. Not only did he answer me, he said, I mean, hey dude, I'd hire you. He said basically something like that. And I was like, fuck, okay. I thought he was joking at first. I thought he was fucking with me for a second. And I said that. I was like, hey man, like, thank you so much, dude. I really hope you're not messing with me here. And he said, no. And I sent it to Nate Shook, and sure enough, he got back to me. He wanted me on the New York card that they were going to have coming up at some point in, I want to say, like, late 2021, early 2022. I think might have been like March 2022. I could be wrong about that. And I ended up turning it down because I had a bit of a change of heart when it came to fighting, right? And I talk about that every now and again. But that kind of planted the seeds. Now, how I actually got into a room with Sam Hyde and how I got to the point where I'm at now, that's kind of like part 2 of this story, which is going to come after this fight. Okay, so stick around, Chef. Stick around, and I'll tell you. I'll let you know. So yeah, we have. I'm pretty sure this is Silva right here. Although I could be wrong. Man, anyway. What became of Black House MMA? I'm not sure. I don't even know what Black House MMA was in the first place. So I don't know. Trust me, brother, I'm sticking around. Thank you very much, Chef. Thank you so much, dude. I had to check on my plants. What did I miss for the last 5 minutes? Really nothing. Nothing at all. I missed something. Is this your Squid Game outfit? It might as well have been. It fucking may as well have been. That was a good time though. I really love, because we had to go out to Western New York, and Western New York is such a beautiful part of the country. I've been out there twice now. And it's just it's so nice. Everywhere you look, there's a mountain. There aren't too many doctors or lawyers out there, so you don't have to worry about doctors yelling at you or lawyers trying to fight you. It's nice, right? It feels like America, feels like America. And the people are pretty nice too. One of the times we ended up in a town that was like 3 miles across, and there was probably only like 2,000 to 3,000 people in the town tops, if that. Oh no, I'm pretty sure this is Anderson Silva's son. Yeah. This is him. It looks like him. It looks like him just enough. So, baby, how do you pronounce that name?
Name. Oh,
That,
Khalil.
oh, Khalil.
Khalil.
We're gonna call him Cal. We're gonna call him Kayla. Is what we're gonna do. We're gonna call him Kayla. Kayla Silva. What even is Fish Tank 2.5? Or the Blood whatever? Blood games, Vampire Blood games. Um, I mean, you're gonna be better off just watching it, but the best way I could describe it would be like if you were watching actually kind of a like if you took Squid Games and combined it with Hunger Games, and you made it with MDE humor. I feel like that's what it's going to be close to, and that's a compliment, obviously, right? Um, I'm sure like I've seen the script, right? I've seen the script. I have a copy of the script, right? It's not like it's not like sitting in my desk here, but I have access to the online copy of the script, right? And it is a oh geez, Silva is 25 years old. He's fighting a 42-year-old man. Yeesh, yeesh. But like it it is going to be really cool. You guys are really going to enjoy it. There's going to be quests. There's going to be random encounters and stuff like that. There's going to be a bunch of really cool stuff you guys are going to love the hell out of. I think you guys are going to like what I have in store as well. I'm not telling you anything about it at all. And nothing at all. Like, say whatever you want, speculate on whatever you want. That's fine by me. But I'm not. You guys ain't getting nothing out of me. You guys ain't getting shit out of me. No sir. No sir. Um, Scott doesn't even know since Jet and Sam keep shit close to their chest. Nah, I know a lot. I know quite a bit actually. Gee, I wonder who the favorite is. I wonder who the A side is. Alrighty then. So here we go. Huh. Oh, they're checking on him. Usually they would do that before. Well, actually, that's an MMA thing. They would usually check on you before you get in the ring. They literally they give you like a pat down practically. You walk over. You got to knock on your dick to make sure you're wearing a cup to show you're wearing a cup. You do that for the mouth guard. Then they check your wraps and your hands, right? And then they fucking have you do that, and then they like all right, Pat. They kind of wipe you down, right? Just to make sure there's no weird shit. How long until John eats a giant beetle larva, Bear Grylls style? I give him like 20 minutes. I give him 20 minutes. Um, Dang, dude, the summer puke. How could I forget? Yeah, that was pretty crazy. That was pretty insane. All right, so here we are. Jab to the body from Silva. Roberto, he's kind of hopping around, taking it nice and easy. I think he's really just Silva throws a 1-2, misses, throws a jab to the body, but it kind of misses. He's just out of range. A check hook from Roberto. Jab to the body from Silva. He keeps missing with that jab to the body. He's just kind of testing out what's going to happen. Silva goes low again, jab cross, followed by another jab. None of them have really landed. Half-hearted jab from Silva. None of these that I've seen have really landed. So he bats Roberto's front hand down and he tries to go for a jab, but he couldn't quite get what he wanted out of that. Again, jab cross to the body, jab upstairs. Nothing really definitive landing. I mean, it's the opening round of the fight. This is round 1 of 4. He doesn't have to come out like trying to murder him or anything like that. As of right now, Silva's winning the fight the round just off of activity alone, landing or not landing. Ooh, a left hook from Roberto that misses when Silva ends up slipping. Let's call it slipping. Jeez. Silva's just kind of keeping his front hand active, you know. All right, that was a really weird punch from Roberto. He just sort of came over the top like that. I want to see some jabs from Roberto. He's got ooh, wow, jab from Roberto followed by a left hook that misses from Silva. I was saying I want to see a jab from Roberto because it'll at the very least keep Silva on his toes. But you can see some fundamentals issues with Roberto. I don't know if it's that he just, he didn't train that well for this fight or if he was never really that well trained in the first place, An overhand attempt from Roberto, kind of more of a slap than an actual punch. All right, just sort of doing their thing here. Yeah, it's like they're throwing to not actually land on each other. It's kind of weird right now. It looks more like they're doing very light sparring. Like this is the way we do light sparring at my gym, if I'm being honest with you. There's been a couple of punches that seem to have been thrown with a little bit more bad intention, but really they're not even trying to land. It's kind of weird, I'm not really a fan of this first round here. Somebody's like, if I had to give it to somebody as of right now, with as the seconds wind down, I'd give it to Silva just off of activity. But it'd be nice if somebody could put an exclamation point on the round. If somebody could just land one square anything, a jab, a hook, cross to the body, anything. It'd be nice, but we don't exactly get that as round one draws to a close. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of telling you guys as I'm sitting here what I want to see from both of them. I want to see Roberto throwing more jabs, right? And I want to see Silva actually trying to land his fucking punches. He's going high, he's going low. He's doing a good job of mixing it up a little bit, but he's got to actually get into the range to make leather touch skin. Roberto. He's got to tighten it up a little bit. I don't mean like tight. I mean, he can't be throwing his punches like that, right? He's got to be actually like, turning into it. He can't be like slapping like, like girl punches. He's got to actually fucking turn his shit over, You can throw a really wide hook and, it ends up being more of a slap, okay, fine. That's not the best in the world. I've done that before myself in a fight. But when it comes to a cross, you can't be throwing it like that, But round two begins. Silva keeping his jab sort of pumping out there. Couple of jabs exchanged, nothing lands. Followed by a cross from Silva, and then another cross to the body. Silva's more active immediately, but again, he's not really actually trying to land anything. Ooh, I think that left hook may have glanced. I think that was thrown with the actual intent of hitting. So, it was more of a glancing blow, though. All right. So Silva actually lands a jab to the body now. That was nice. Roberto tried to return with a hook. We have a jab cross hook from Silva that doesn't land. Roberto switches to lefty. He hops in with a gazelle hook, and then he tries to go overhand. They both miss. He just threw a front uppercut. He switched back into his righty stance, and that front uppercut didn't land. Right now, he's just kind of being walked into the ropes, and Silva has the center of the ring right now. Yeah, he's getting walked into the corner, and you can tell he's getting a little bit uncomfortable. Ooh, that cross to the head by Silva almost landed, but Roberto almost got out of the way. Roberto's complaining about something. I don't know what, So sort of that same kind of jab we've been seeing. Ooh, that left hook had a little bit of something on it, but Roberto got out of the way. He came back with his own left hook again, missed. Roberto comes in with a jab cross. Silva tries to counter with his own cross. Nothing lands. These guys are doing pretty good at getting out of the way of everything. I'll give them that. I didn't quite catch that exchange there, but Silva throws a jab cross, doesn't quite land. Again, it looks like light sparring more than it does an actual boxing match right now. I'm just being honest with you. It looks like they're having fun, and not in the way that you would want to see guys who like fighting have fun. Yeah, don't do any illegal sites, you know, crack stream, buff stream, stream east. If anybody ever slides you any links like that, you don't do it. You don't do it. You don't click them, okay? Because you could get in trouble that way, okay? You know, you could get in trouble that way. You know, VPNs, you know, people try to use those to bypass it, but I don't know, I don't know, man. I don't know. Ooh, okay, a left hook from Silva. He worked his way in with a jab to the body, and then I think across to the body too, if I saw correctly, but he threw a left hook that landed in a glancing manner, and then he threw a right hook that landed decently square. So Silva right now, you know, whenever he's in the middle of the ring, he's just sort of playing the pitter patter game. He's not even really trying to land, but you're seeing he's walking Roberto into the corner, and when he gets him in there, he starts moving forward, and he starts trying to load up a shot. You know, I'd like to see him working his way in. This is the end of the round as well. I'd like to see him work his way in with jabs, not just sort of work his way in with like head movement and stuff like that. Because if he's gonna work his way in with head movement, fucking, if there's nothing threatening Roberto other than the forward progression, then he's going to be in a situation where he's like, you know, he's going to be in a situation where he knows that Silva's about to come with a big punch to the head, so it's going to be easy for him to move around. What I'd like to see Silva do is start targeting the body instead of the head, right? So work his way in with the jab and then go bam, right to the body with the hardest shot that he can throw. And then, you know, that'll slow Roberto down a little bit. And then eventually he can start going up to the head. Either that or he hides whatever he's going to throw to the head behind those jabs, so that whatever Roberto is doing, he ends up moving in a way where Silva can react to that. Meaning, like, you know, if he moves his head this way, instead of Silva throwing here, he's going to end up throwing that right hand here, right? Oh, all right. Round 3 is a go. Oh, Roberto made his way around the back, and the ref is telling. I think the ref is telling him not. He's literally doing this to Roberto as if he's saying, like, "Don't talk, shut up." Jab from Silva, followed by one from Roberto. Silva kind of sneaks in a right hand there. I think it was kind of a glancing blow. Roberto goes down low with a jab, followed by Silva with the same in return. Sort of a low, slow check hook, followed by an overextended right hand to the body that doesn't quite land for Roberto. Again, like there's moments where you can tell Silva is really trying to go at him, and even right now, like Roberto, you can tell he's actually trying to hit Silva. He's just not able to. But other than that, it really just looks like they're having fun and playing, you know, and it's a little bit weird, you know. If only Scott could do the old broadcasting voice. I don't know if that's it. I can't really do a transatlantic like that. If only Scott could do the old broadcasting voice. Icy Doom. Then it would hit the spot. What we have right now is Silva going back to the corner, Roberto across from him. They touch gloves as sporting gentlemen do, and a jab from Silva slipped by Roberto. Both fighters staring each other down in the middle of the ring right now, and Roberto comes with a left hook followed by a right hand that does not land, followed by another. Fucking. So jab cross again, like it seems more like they're just playing. It doesn't feel like they're actually, like, you know, it doesn't feel like they're actually fucking fighting right now. It feels like they're just playing. It feels like one of them gets a little mad every now and again, and they let the other guy have it, but then they go back to just like, nah, let's just go back to having a good time, buddy, pal, amigo, you know? It's just weird. You know, it is really, like, in fairness, it's really hard to hit somebody who does not want to be hit, you know? Like if you watch the body shot sparring that I did with a bunch of the guys during season 2, there's a lot of punches that I threw that didn't land, And it's because what they were doing was they were like scooting their hips back and throwing their hands down here, right? Now, the answer to that would have been to go up to the head, but at that time, I didn't know that I didn't know where the season was gonna go. I didn't know it was gonna be like boxing, like straight up real boxing for the rest of the season at one point. So when they offered me this is the end of round 3, it's just more of the same. But I didn't expect there to be like legit boxing, at least not for a while, right? So when we first did the body shot sparring, I said no headshots because I just wanted to make sure because I didn't like how little space we had in the room, right? Excuse me. But like so we're doing body shots and these people who don't fight, who I could and like I could beat the hell out of if I wanted to, I'm having a hard time actually landing on them because that's the only thing they're worried about the second they see anything move. The second I blink, they're like, oh shit, fuck. And that makes it really hard. It does make it tough. So we're looking at highlights right now, and they're just showing us a bunch of glancing blows that didn't really actually do any damage. That's how you know. Those are the best shots that they had throughout the round. That's the best composite of the round that they had. It looks like it says round 4, which is weird. I thought we were only in round 3. We were going to round 3. But anyway. Ooh, nice. Oh, okay. So Roberto's down. He ended up getting caught nice with sort of like a short right hook, and then there was a straight right. It looked like that I didn't even think caught him, but then he ended up going down. So yeah, there's that. There's a knockdown for Silva. You see, there's a little bit more urgency on all of them. You can kind of see. Ooh, a left hook from Silva. I don't think quite landed, but it did come pretty close. Oh yeah, Silva's throwing with bad intentions now. You can actually see it. He's really going at him now. Roberto just sort of throwing wildly, but he doesn't really have much of an answer, you can tell. He's sort of a deer in the headlights when it comes down to it. I'll read that. I'll read that later, High Ecuador. I'll read that after this round. Yeah, this says round 4 of 4. That's weird. Am I going crazy? Baby, that says round 4 of 4 there, right?
Yeah, it does.
Am I going crazy? Did we have 3 or 4 rounds? I thought this was round 3.
I thought too. I don't know.
This must be a mistake. This must be a mistake on their part, But anyway. So they're just sort of meeting in the middle right now. You see Silva trying to push him back. And there we go. Right hook, left hook. Couple of right hooks. Neither of them really landed square. Left hook didn't really land square. He kind of caught him with a short right on the inside when he was, looks like Silva got caught as well. Paulo kind of made his way in with a jab cross. Cross to the body, more of a push from Paulo. Silva comes in with a left hook, right hook. Tying up. Silva looks kind of gassed. Silva looks a little bit gassed, not going to lie. His mouth's kind of hanging open. So cross from Silva, doesn't really land. Ooh, that was an interesting uppercut from Paulo. I don't think it really landed the way it could have, but I think it did kind of scare Silva a little bit. He moved back a little bit. He kind of straightened up and moved back. Overhand from Paulo. I don't think it landed. If it did, it was glancing. Jab from Silva. You see, what Silva's doing is he's just using like light jabs and forward movement to scare Paulo into moving into the corner. And when he gets into the corner, that's when you're seeing the real shit, like right now, like literally right now, and I mean, hey, that's a good strategy. You don't want to be the one caught in the corner. You want to be using the corner to your advantage whenever you can. So, that's good on Silva. It'd be nice to see a little bit more than just that from him. But I mean, if that's what's winning him the fight right now, then why change it? I'm not saying that in the way that I'm saying in with guard pullers and shit like that. Ooh, that was a nice right hook. I don't know. It looked like it landed to me, but I'm not 100% sure. I know all the other punches didn't. But yeah, it would be nice to see a little bit more dynamicness, more of a dynamic game from Silva. But also, if that's what's winning him this fight, then it's like you can't hate that necessarily. It's not like what he's doing has zero risk to it. What he's doing has a ton of risk to it. All right, so this is the end of this 3-round, 4-round fight, I guess. They're both bowing to each other. They're doing the Anderson Silva bowing meme, and yeah, I mean, I guess that's that. They're wiping each other off. That's cool. Yeah. So I mean, I don't think there's any question as to who won that fight. It's gonna be Anderson Silva. Oh yeah. Uh huh. Oh wow. Okay. Huh. So yeah, he got caught with that overhand that I was talking about. And then he kind of got caught with a glancing blow, but I think it was where he got caught. He kind of got caught like here. I think that may have been enough, in conjunction with that first blow that he received to kind of, put him on his ass. And that's where the knockdown came from. Yeah, again, like there's a lot of glancing blows. The only really like clean punches that have landed were the knockdown, you know? Everything else was like, yeah, they're showing punches that just straight up didn't even land from these guys. That's how few punches actually landed in this fight. That's kind of crazy to see. I'm just waiting for them to show punches that actually there's an overhand. I think that's the same overhand. Yeah, they're showing the knockdown again. They're showing that overhand followed by an kind of like a short right hook that knocked him down. Those are the only punches that landed anything close to clean. And it's like, fuck, that was not the most fun fight that you have ever seen. And yeah. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Hi Ecuador says, Scott Sullivan MMA, promise the chat that you will go 100% on whoever you face in combat on season 2.5. No excuses this time. All right, okay, you got me. You got it. All right, I'm going to bring real guns, and I'm going to go 100%. All right? What was I going to say? There was something else I was going to say at one point. I know I was going to tell the story of how I ended up where I'm at with, Fish Tank Live and shit like that, and the MDE crew. Basically, after I hit up Sam, I was like, "Wow, thanks, man. Oh, by the way, I have an MMA themed account as well. You should follow me there." And he did, and unfortunately, his Instagram got banned, so he had to make a new one. And of course, I'm just some guy at this point. He has no clue about me outside of like the fact that I asked him for a favor to look at my shit. By the way, Silva won, big surprise. That's like we didn't oh, they're giving him a belt too for some reason. They're giving him a plastic belt as well. Anyway, okay. But yeah, basically at that point I was like, oh, it's all over, dude. It's all over. He ain't ever gonna follow me again, dude. And I ain't gonna inbox him like, please follow me again. We were mutuals on your old account. I ain't about to do that, dude. So, but what ended up happening was he called out Hassan Piker like probably a month later. And I jumped in his comment section and I was like, yo, I can help you out. And he inboxed me. And that's how we got the ball rolling. I went down to Providence. I met him. We went to a gym, not like a gym, like a fitness center gym that just happened to have a boxing ring there. We went there and we ended up sparring. And I also held pads for him. And, he liked something about me, I guess. I would assume. Nah, he hated me, which is why he kept me around. But he liked something about me, regardless of what it was. And because of this, he just kept hitting me up. I didn't expect him to hit me up again, honestly. I was just gonna... I just thought it was mad cool I was gonna get to meet Sam Hyde once. I didn't expect him to hit me up ever again after that. But then he hit me up again. and again and again. And I think like literally the second time he hit me up, he asked me to be in a video. It was New Year's Eve 2020 one, I believe. It was 2021 going into 2022. He asked me to be in a Dust Bangers video, and we filmed it. I bombed. I'll be honest with you, I did not do very well. But then even beyond that, at the gym we were at doing the filming, this is the first time I met Julian, Jet, Joey. They were the only ones there that day. I'm pretty sure it was just Julian, Jet, Joey. I'm pretty sure it was just them. I'm gonna feel really bad if I forgot somebody else who was there that day, but I'm pretty sure it was just them. And that was the first time I met them. And fucking like, yeah, not only did I not do that well in terms of like being fun and funny and shit like that, in addition to that, the video did not work because the audio was so awful, because when we got there was a guy who was blasting music in the background, and the music was so loud you couldn't hear us over the audio, right? So I was supposed to be in MDE shit like pretty quick after I met Sam. Not in like an official capacity, like you're one of the guys now, we're gonna have you around for stuff. I still don't even 100% consider myself to be one of the guys, even though Jet has said things that kind of told me that like, hey, I do have a place, not as like MDE like at the office every day, but in some of the stuff they're doing. Like, I was supposed to be in an MDE thing pretty early on, but it just didn't work out. And then from there, it just kind of snowballed into, oh, hey, come meet Harley Morenstein. Come meet Brandon Buckingham. You're going to be boxing with them. Luis J. Gomez is in town. You're going to be meeting him today. We're going to box with him. Luis Gomez has hands. It's pretty crazy. What's it called? You're going to meet this guy, that guy. I'm going to have you with Froggy Fresh. Oh, you want to come down to the World Peace 2 shoots? You want to come down to the shootings? You want to come down to the World Peace 2 shoots? Yeah, hit up Alex Schultz, let him know I told him that, you should definitely be there. So on and so forth. And then eventually, April of last year, I get texted. It was funny. I spent the whole night in the hospital because my brother-in-law was having heart issues, and like heart issues that we honestly were really scared about. Like, I didn't tell my wife until later, but I was kind of mentally prepared to like watch my brother-in-law die. Like, no joke. Like, I felt like I had to be, because that was kind of like what was happening. You're obviously, you remember that, baby. Did you have kind of similar feelings?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, that was really bad. I'm so glad they figured that out finally. The second time we brought him there, with the first time getting these asshole nurses and shit like that. But anyway, that's another story. I'm like driving home from the hospital. It's like 5 a.m. and I get a text from Sam like, yo, come on, fish tank. It's like, I want to say like a week and a half, 2 weeks in at this point. And I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, let me know when. Let me know when, dude. I'm there, And, I mean, I guess one thing led to another, and here I am now, So yeah, that's how I got into the MDE stuff. That's how I kind of became a part of the MDE sphere. And anytime I tell this story, I just want to like express the gratitude that I have towards Sam and Jet and Ben and all the guys, because all the guys are so chill. All the guys are like such nice dudes. And I want to be useful. I want to be helpful to them, and I want to, because it's not just them that I like I like the projects, I like Fish Tank as a project. So I definitely want, I want to add to the shit in a way that is going to be useful and that people are going to appreciate, Hi, Ecuador. So what I'm hearing is you let your brother-in-law die alone around mean hospital staff to go hang out with Sam. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is, did you box with Luis Gomez? That's crazy. Thanks for sharing the story. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was the guy who filmed the sparring between them, Sam and Luis. I was the guy holding the camera standing in the corner of the parking lot. Um, that was fun. That was funny. That was a good day. Louis J. Gomez is a really cool guy too. How are you watching it, man? I'm watching it on Brazilian TV. I shit you not. Um, I don't do those pirated streams like Buff streams or Crack streams or SportSurge.to or anything like that. I don't use those. I don't support those. It's bad, and you shouldn't either. You definitely shouldn't use any of those things that I just mentioned either. You shouldn't be looking into those, or if somebody sends you a link or something like that, don't click it. Definitely not. Excuse me. Um, yeah, Gomez didn't just train. He trained with some high level dudes. He used to do because like I felt bad because I used to listen to Believe You Me clips and stuff like that. And Believe You Me is Michael Bisping's old podcast with Lewis. I forget if he still does it or not. He might not. He just has like a different guy, right? Um like I feel like no, well yeah, regardless of whether he does or doesn't. I used to watch those and I'd be like, "Oh, this other guy is pretty funny." Haha. Well, what's his name? Lewis? And then, like, I hop out the car. I didn't expect Lewis to even be there. Sam didn't actually tell me Lewis was going to be there. I just hop out the car, and there's this dude with Sam, and I'm like, I wonder who this guy is. And then I'm like, like, you do you train? And he's like, oh, yeah, I train with Mickey Gall. I train with Michael Bisping. And I'm like, really? Wow, that's crazy. And he was like, yeah, I used to do a podcast with Michael, actually. And I was like, wait a second, what are you talking about? And then like I had to put two and two together, and I think he also mentioned like, oh yeah, I did the podcast with Michael Bisping, Believe You Me, and I was like, oh shit, you do that's you? Oh fuck, okay, I didn't expect that. That's crazy. I don't know who the hell they have here. This is I don't know who the hell this is. Is this Anderson Silva's son? I'm pretty sure that's him, baby. Is this his son right here? Is it another son or is this the son we just saw box? I don't know.
It's not the same son at least.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what the hell's going on here. They have this dude sitting behind a green table, you know. Um how does parking lot boxing compare to ring boxing? Does the trash add to the ambiance? Yeah, the fucking sticks and leaves and the homeless people who sit there and heckle you while you're boxing. That it adds to the ambiance. It makes it feel more real. It makes it feel more real. Makes it feel more legit. Um, yeah, I mean, like when I'm in the parking lot, I'm definitely a little bit more cognizant of the fact that if I fall over and bump my head, I'm not going to land on a canvas. I'm going to be landing on just pure concrete. And we both are. Me and whoever I'm sparring with, we both are. We typically don't do the parking lot anymore, though. I mean, the last person we trained Froggy Fresh. We all know how that went down. And then we trained Froggy Fresh at Sam's office, at the office, right? Um, and we also went to Big Six as well to get sparring, and then also some other things. But in addition to that, we had Jeremy from the quartering for the better part of a week, who he came down and we trained him in the backyard of the fish tank house, and the fish could hear us inside, and we had to call him Jay instead of Jeremy. Because we didn't want cameras to hear us being like, "All right, Jeremy, here's how you're gonna beat the shit out of Review Tech USA." We didn't want people hearing that. So we the next fight seems to be coming up. Either that or they're just teasing it. I don't know which. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Jeremy from the quartering came down, but something came up with his dad, so he had to leave early. He was gonna come back out this way, but then Review Tech USA figured out that it was official that Sam was training him And because of that, he pussed out. He grew a vagina and he skedaddled. He said, "Nah, I don't want to be doing that shit. You know, I am all set." Yes, we're getting straight to the next fight. I appreciate the hell out of that. Thank you very much, Spatin Fight Night. Sorry, I'm just looking down right now. Yeah, that belt looks like those plastic play coins they used to teach kids how to count money. Yes, Nurion. Yes. That's what I was thinking too. I was thinking it, but you said it. Fucking it looks like that type of shit, you know? Play money you get it at the dollar store, you know? I like the white guy with the do-rag right now. The white Brazilian with the do-rag. That's pretty funny. All right. All right, you my African brother. All right, you mano. We will win for the culture. For the culture, remember what our people went you through with the slave sheep. My ancestors were piloting them, but we were still on them with your ancestry. Scott Sullivan MMA. You see any of the recent Review Tech USA drama? He basically left the internet, from what I heard. Yeah, I don't pay attention to him. I never knew anything about him until Jeremy was supposed to fight him, and that's all I knew. I knew he was kind of like a leftist bitch, but other than that, like I didn't know anything about him. You know, so like it's whatever. I don't know what the current drama is. You know, if he left the internet, that's probably a good thing. You know. Icy Doom says some dude got tackled at Ty Nguyen's open house open mic a couple nights ago. Could have used your expertise. Is there footage of it? If there's footage of it, I'll break it down. I'm curious about how that went down. Please tell me it was Ty doing the tackling. I would love to figure out Ty bodied somebody, you know? I've just been sitting here doodling on this thing. I drew the mud jug, and now I'm just, like, drawing fucking, like, fractals and shit like that on it, or whatever it's called. Alright, so we have Herbert Conceição. I don't know, we're gonna call him Herb. We're gonna call him Herbie. Herbie. Dude, Herbert is such an awful name to name somebody in 2024. Imagine moaning that name during sex. Oh, Herbert.
We say Ebert.
Ebitch. That's somehow even worse. That's somehow even worse. Ebitch. Holy fuck, baby. Oh, Ebitch. I Ebitch. I. For me. Oh no, or would it be me Fodgy? I Ebitch. Me Fodgy. I bet you guys probably know, but I'm basically saying, "Oh, Herbert, fuck me," you know. All right, so Herbert is 26 years old. Esquiva, holy shit, dude. Jeez, is 34. All right, we're gonna call him Herbert, and I think it was like Falsao or some shit like that, huh? Falcon. I don't even want to say that, so it'll just be Herbert and Esquiva. Esquiva, whatever his name is. Esquiva. It's a power play to get someone to moan Herbert. That is true. Say my name, bitch. Herbert. That's right. Who's your daddy? Herbert. Scott is a bottom confirmed. Uh-oh. You guys found it out. You guys found it out. I got a little too hype during Pride Month, and you guys found out. All right. So okay. This is Esquiva. Esquiva. What time is the fight? It's supposed to be at 11 p.m., but the thing is, like, this fight, I don't know how long this fight is. If it's another 4-rounder, then that'd be a little bit weird because there's no way this 4-round fight is going to take more than 20 minutes. So actually I don't know. I mean, it's supposed to be at 11. They're going to try and make the time sync up however they can, you know? Ty doing the tackling. Hell no, honestly, nothing worth watching. It was more like he got groped out of the door, but someone time stamped in the comment section. Groped out the door. I don't know. That sounds like it's worth watching more than the tackle. I can't wait to see Chael defend his undefeated streak. Dude, I don't know, man. He might feel bad for Anderson and let him win this time. You know, he might feel bad. He might be like, you know what, Anderson, this is your night. All right, this is your homecoming fight. I love you, bro. I'm gonna let you have this one. All right, just this one though, just this one. All right, it's gonna be 2-1 after this. Okay, 2-1, 2 me, 1 you. All right, but I'm gonna let you have it, bud. Okay. This is your one favor from the bad guy. All right, so here we go. They're doing the checks, the final checks. It's the final countdown. This looks like a small ring. This looks like a really small ring. It looks like a step and a half to the middle. That's pretty crazy. I'm just noticing that now. Yeah, this is a pretty fucking small ring. Have you seen how much weight Chris has lost? Seems like he's putting in serious work. Oh yeah, he's looking pretty fucking good. You know, good for him, man. I hope he keeps losing. I hope he keeps losing the weight, you know? Actually, this ring doesn't look that... You see, from this angle, it doesn't look terribly small, but it still does kind of look small, you know? Ooh, excuse me. Oh, this is a 10-round fight. Okay. Well, I don't think it'll be 10 rounds. You know, there's clearly an A and a B side to this one, too, you know? Jeez, fucking, what's his face? Herbert. He faked low, and you saw Esquiva fucking do that. He straight up was like, oh, dropped his hands and everything. That's pretty crazy to see. Also, Esquiva's a righty, so, you know, it'd be smart for... Esquiva's a lefty, excuse me. So, it'd be smart for Herbert to lead with his cross. Same thing with Esquiva as well. You know, it'd be smart for both of them to lead with their cross. Doesn't mean you see like right there he lined his cross up right down the middle because the angle. Oh, and there's another one. He ended up slipping it though, meaning Esquiva threw one. So Herbert goes jab and then he goes kind of a long range uppercut to the body. Esquiva works his way in. Looks like he lands an uppercut to the body. Didn't think he landed anything else, though. He might have, he might not have. So jab to the body, uppercut by Herbert, and then Esquiva tries to return, but it doesn't land. Jab cross to the body from Esquiva, kind of glancing. Couple returned by Herbert, but I don't think they landed either. Jeez, well, Herbert's making me nervous. That's the second time I've seen him drop his hands like that to protect his head, you know? That's gonna bite him in the ass if Herbert makes that read. Jab to the body from Esquiva. Comes with a left hook. Doesn't really land. They're inside fighting right now. Ooh, that was a nice little crisp jab from Esquiva, followed by some inside work. I don't think the inside work landed, but that jab was something to behold. Couple from Herbert, but they don't get through the guard. Jab to the body. Again, Esquiva, like, he has a bad habit of dropping his hands to protect the body. About 15 seconds to go in the round. Well-timed uppercut. It just doesn't really find the mark coming from Herbert. All right, so I just remembered I have some sodas in the freezer. I'm gonna take those out. 2 and 3. Rinse them off because you never know. Fucking yeah. I mean, I don't even know really what I want to see from either of them. You know, they're both doing all right. The only thing I really want to see from Esquiva is not dropping his hands down here to protect his body. You know, because that's not going to be good. He's got a decent high guard. You know, he's making sure nothing gets through. But you know, something's gonna start getting through if he's defending his fucking body by doing that. You know, no bueno, no bueno. Be right back. I'm right. I'll be right there. All right, we're just in time for round 2. So Esquiva takes the center of the ring. Esquiva has kind of been pushing Herbert. Ooh, nice exchange. These guys are fighting on the inside. That's the type of stuff that I like to see. I love to see inside fighting, you know? Stuff that's almost too quick for me to even really react to in real time. But what I was saying is Esquiva is pushing Herbert to the ropes, specifically into the corner, you know? I think Herbert. No, Esquiva's pushing Herbert into the ropes. Excuse me, I forget. I might have mixed up the names. Herbert seems comfortable there, but he probably shouldn't hang out there because Esquiva, I think, in my opinion, is probably winning the inside exchanges just a little bit, you know. Just shooting a quick text. All right. So nothing really big landing right now. Just sort of playing on the outside. I want to see. Oh, double jab cross ends up being slipped by Esquiva. I was gonna say I want to see Herbert going, you know, long cross to the midsection. You know, I want to see him, you know, jab to the outside, like jab outside, and then bang, right? I think they're telling him to keep the blows above. Ooh, the belt. That was right on the belt line. That was borderline, but ref didn't call it. Oh. Ooh. That left hook ended up landing, and I think it hurt Herbert. You know, now he's kind of running away to the ropes again. You know, I think he's recovered by now. Yeah, so I mean, I think Herbert wants it to be an outside fight. You know, he wasn't doing bad in that exchange before, but he ended up getting caught, and you could tell he was kind of hurt. You know, Esquiva, if he turns it into a dogfight, I think he could take this. You know, it really just depends on what he's able to get away with. Ooh, nice slip from Esquiva. Fucking Herbert does a little dance move, and the ref's like, "Nah, don't do that." See, that was the end of round 2. Nothing really landed. Nothing big really landed or anything like that. You know, there was that one overhand from Esquiva, but other than that, it was just sort of a round of glancing blows. You know, I wasn't calling all of them too because they're kind of throwing in volume, and that can make it a little bit tough. Oh, that was a nice shot from Herbert. See, another glancing blow. They're showing a lot of glancing blows today. Like like half of these punches wouldn't actually count. Ooh, that was nice. I was saying half of these punches wouldn't actually count. Ah, I'm pretty sure that's what I was talking about. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with that overhand left. Half of these punches, fucking, they wouldn't even count on scorecards. You know, Elijah York, how far are we from the main event? It's this fight, and then there's one more. This is a 10-round fight. We're going into round 3 right now. I could see there being a KO though. I think these guys are big enough, and they're throwing with enough. They're throwing with bad intentions. I think somebody's gonna get caught. Skiva starts off with a jab to the body. So they're kind of clashing right now, meaning their front hands, they're kind of playing patty cake with their front hands. Ooh, that was nice. That was a nice exchange. So Esquiva, what's his face? Herbert throws a cross, then he ends up slipping and he comes with a cross, and then I believe a hook after that. And I'm pretty sure both crosses landed. I'm not sure if the hook landed, but that was pretty slick boxing there, you know. Herbert needs to keep this a boxing match. He needs this to be happening right now. He goes jab cross, and then he goes to the are they taking a point away? They taking a point away? Oh no, I think they're looking at a cut, which is kind of ridiculous because that cut is not bad at all. That's like not a bad cut at all, even a little bit. But yeah, you see Esquiva, he goes jab cross, right? And then he starts working the body from the outside right after. That's what he need. Herbert did that. Excuse me. Herbert was doing that. Esquiva, he needs to turn it into a dogfight. He can't let Herbert off the ropes. He literally had him backed up against the ropes, and then he let him off. He should have pounced right then. He's got to take that opportunity. And of course, everything I say is much easier said than done, right? I'm just saying that from a tactical standpoint, you know, given what he needs to do to win this fight, he's really got to make sure that he's doing that, you know? Ooh, you see Herbert's really good at countering with that right hand. You know, he might throw something, wait for Esquiva to throw, and he'll fade back, and then bang, he'll come back with that straight right down the middle, and it's kind of money for him. Jab to the body, followed by a hook to the head. Then he goes jab, uppercut, and then when Esquiva goes to return, he ends up hitting a right hook. That was nice. He ended up throwing a check left hook that looked like it landed, at least partially. Ooh, and wow. You see, there's some slick boxing going on right now to the point that it's actually kind of hard for me to even, because like I said, it's all happening in volume. It's hard for me to even tell you exactly what's going on, you know? Like I said, though, that slip was money, you know? I want to see if he throws another check hook to try and get off the ropes. Nah, I think he feels too comfortable on the ropes to be like, nah, I got to get out of here, you know? But the thing is, he doesn't want to be there. He thinks he wants to be there, but if Esquiva fucking, if he smartens up, when Herbert puts himself by the ropes, he's going to get on the inside and he's going to start digging that body, maybe come up to the head after he digs the body a little bit, you know? He can take the wind out of Herbert's sails. He's just got to put the work in, you know? There's no sense in trying to box, and I feel like that's what he's trying to do a little bit too much of right now, is box with the dude who's clearly the better boxer than him, you know? All right. Round 3 draws to a close. So, what I would like to see from Herbert is basically more of what he's doing now, but I'd also like to see him not play around on the ropes a little bit so much, right? Because like I said, he feels comfortable. Oh, you see, that was nice. That was really nice, you know? And that's exactly what I was talking about. He threw the jab, he faded back, and then he went bang. And then they're right there. He fucking faded back for the left hook, the right hook. And then he fucking came back with something of his own. That's a nice look. People make careers off of moves like that. Floyd Mayweather made a career off of pull traps almost exactly like that, right? That was really cool. That was a really cool one. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, but what I want to see from Herbert is to make this into a back alley brawl, right? I want him to make it into a I want him to make it into a glory hole brawl, all right? A brawl inside a glory hole. You got to get nice and close, you know? Nice and close and start going down low. You see, that's what he needs. That's what he needs right there, right? I think he needs to put his forehead inside of Herbert's chest, and he needs to start fucking ripping. You know, he needs to start. He needs to start with the schoolyard bullshit. He needs to start. What's it called? He needs to start fucking playing patty cake, right? Meaning like um, framing off the hands, framing off the head, all that other stuff. You know, he's got to keep his hands up. He's got to use that head movement. Bang, 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 up, bang, bang. That's what he really needs more than anything. You know. I don't want to see either of these guys win in particular. So, whoever wins, to me, it's just like, hey, fucking whatever, right? If somebody wins early, that's fantastic because that means we get what we're actually here for, like, sooner. But either of these guys could win, and I'm cool with it. So, like, whichever strategy brings the other guy to, whichever strategy brings whoever to victory is cool, But it's like I said, Herbert's trying to make it into a boxing match, and he's succeeding. Esquiva is just he ain't doing what he needs to right now. We saw a couple of sparks in him earlier, but those sparks kind of they seem to have faded. They seem to have quenched themselves. Excuse me. Somebody said go back and watch the whole stream again and give it a like. I would appreciate if you guys would like this stream, please and thank you. Obviously I want this to grow as much as it can, and that will definitely help me. So thank you guys so much. And yeah, I mean, I did give my opinion earlier about Paul versus Tyson. I'll give a quick rundown again after this round. Ooh, looks like. Oh yeah. Ooh, okay. Yeah, Esquiva's in a little bit of trouble. It looks like. Ooh, but he's giving back though. He's giving back. Yeah, this ain't looking good for him right now. I don't know if they have standing 8 counts here. I'm not saying that that's what's needed right this second, but it is getting closer and closer to that. If Esquiva doesn't start intelligently defending himself like that, he ended up throwing that and then another left hook. The first left hook, it looked like it landed pretty well. That second left hook may have glanced, but he's taken some pretty decently hard shots there. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. What the hell is going on here? Is this in between? Okay, so yeah, I guess this is the end of the round. Wow, that he got hit hard in the liver, and the bell rang, and he ended up hitting the ground after the bell rang. That's pretty crazy. Damn. So yeah, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul is going to win. I think that's why he's fighting Mike Tyson in the first place. Tyson is too old. Bottom line, right? I don't care that it's Mike Tyson. He's too old. Jake Paul is too young. I don't know what Jake Paul takes, but he probably takes some pretty good shit. That even if Mike Tyson took, it wouldn't have the same effect. This is round 5. We are now halfway through the fight, basically. Technically after this round, we're halfway through the fight, but. Yeah, and Tyson could win, but what it really comes down to is he gonna fucking is he gonna land a lucky shot or not? That's what it comes down to. I don't think there's a way Mike Tyson can outclass Jake Paul. I don't know if Esquiva is all right. I don't know if he's okay. He looks like he's not having a good time right now. He may not be fully recovered from that body shot. Those body shots, you'll kind of be out of commission for like a couple minutes. 1 minute really isn't enough time to recover fully. Like if he doesn't get whacked again in the same spot, there's a chance that he'll be recovered like fully probably pretty soon. But he's probably not feeling too good. All right. Left hook followed by a right by Herbert. It ends up missing, though, as Esquiva ducks. Straight right down the middle, followed by a jab, and then across to the body, followed by a cross hook. Yeah, he's lighting them up. You know, he's throwing bunches of punches right now. Volume combinations with a little bit of power. Ooh, okay. Esquiva pushes down on the head. Jab from Esquiva doesn't really do much. Sort of just like a probing jab. Same thing again. Cross from Herbert, followed by another one. Neither of those really do much. A left hook followed by a right. Both kind of, one gets deflected, the other misses. Yeah, Herbert's more active right now. You can see his pace is picked up while Esquiva's is kind of slowed down, you know. And in addition to that, Esquiva's not pushing him to the back of to the ropes. He's not pushing him in the corner anymore. Esquiva's actually kind of getting pushed around now. He's you can tell his back is to the ropes now. Jab from Esquiva, but Herbert gets out of the way. That right uppercut to the body, you know, that pseudo hook, that kind of right uppercut to the body is landing pretty good for our Herbert, you know. So ref warns Herbert for you know, kind of going tie plum almost. Cross up the middle. Uppercut by Herbert. Jab to the body from Herbert, but you know, from Esquiva, but Herbert ends up returning, and that is the end of the round. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think this could be a turning point for the fight. You know, Esquiva may have just taken this round off because he got hit with that hard body shot at the end, and you know that kind of thing will happen at times, but it is what it is. We'll see about that next round. You know, Herbert, Esquiva's pace slowed down because of the body shot, most likely. We'll see if it picks back up. Herbert, I mean, his pace definitely picked up. There's actually some good punches that are landing from Esquiva right now. You know, he landed a jab cross in the corner. I feel like it keeps showing that. Yeah, I feel like it keeps showing that same thing. You know, it's kind of weird. But was it easy to stop vaping, Scott? Honestly, find it harder to kick than cigarettes. It was easy for me to stop vaping, but that's because I took 3 days off of work, and then like I had more time off of work, right? But like, you know, take a week off work and just like lock yourself in your room for 3 days, and then for the other 4 days, just try your best to just do things that don't remind you of vaping and stuff like that. You know, like you really only need 3 days in the first place. That's all you need. After that third day, it's all mental. It's just you telling yourself you want to smoke. You don't actually feel physical cravings. You know, that's not the way it works. If you feel physical cravings, it's just placebo. You know, that's all it is. But a right hook from Esquiva. I don't think it landed. So jab cross from Esquiva, followed by an uppercut from Herbert. Neither of them really seem to do too much of anything. You see, Herbert is not only good at boxing, he's good at the dirty little tactics that boxers will use to keep somebody out, you know? He likes to shoulder check, he likes to stick the elbow out. When somebody gets in too close, he'll go tie plumb on him. You know, this guy is like a classic boxer, you know? I heard Jake Paul is going to fight Sean O'Malley. I don't know if it's true though. Nah, it's not true. That would never happen. Sean O'Malley probably walks around at like, I want to say like 145 pounds, 145, 150 tops, you know? Jake Paul's like 220, 230. So it looked like a hook cross trying to sneak through from Herbert, followed by a few more punches. Nothing really landing that well. So nice uppercut from Herbert. I really like the uppercut to the body, you know? See, it looks like Esquiva's kind of getting back on his horse a little bit. You know, you're seeing his pace kind of pick up a little bit, and he's trying to walk Herbert down again. That's pretty good. I like seeing that. You know, but it's like I said, in situations like that, he's really gotta push the pace when Herbert is his back is to the wall. You know, there's no sense in trying to dogfight in the middle of the ring with somebody who doesn't want to dogfight with you. You got to put them into a spot they can't run away, and then you got to fuck them up. You know, that's just the way that it is. Like right now, he should be going, especially now, right? And he threw a right hook to the body. It didn't really land clean, and then he let him out. And Herbert is putting himself in the corner now. You know, he's losing the boxing match, so he needs to start a fight. That's what's happening right now. You know, talking about Esquiva, of course. Got about 15 seconds left in this round 6. With, I mean, I would say there is a clear winner right now. You know, I do think Herbert is winning, but nobody clearly winning in like you know, no one's really damaged anybody else yet. There was a moment in round 4 where you were kind of like, "Oh, I don't know, man, I don't know." But you know, Esquiva was able to hold on. You know, we're gonna have to see how all that shit goes down. All right. Ooh, that was interesting. A jab and a cross landed at the same time. See, you see Esquiva kind of employing his own little pole trap there. And I mean, it was a good idea. It just didn't work out, you know? But it's like I said, I don't think you should be worried about pole traps. I think you should be worried about, you know, getting in his face. You know, you don't see pressure fighters anymore. Pressure fighting is a lost art in modern boxing. You know, the last great pressure fighter that I can remember is probably Mickey Ward, you know? And he was fun to watch, you know? Fucking, but like pressure fighting is such a lost art that you'll have people who they just choose to get beat up for 10 rounds because all they can do is think, okay, I'll try my pull trap. Whoa, fuck, I missed. I'll try it again. Whoa, oh, I missed again. Maybe one more time. Whoa, and they do that, and they just keep eating shots, you know? If this dude, like I said, if he buried his forehead in Herbert's chest right now, right fucking now, if he started tying up Herbert's hands, if he started tying up, bang, bang, tie up, bang, 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 tie up, he'd be in much better shape. He'd be in so much better shape. It'd be so difficult for him to deal with Esquiva right now, you know? I mean, Herbert doesn't really need to do anything different, you know? Like, the only things Herbert needs to do different are just on the merit of maybe, possibly, potentially Esquiva will smarten up. Maybe. It could happen. But other than that, there's really nothing he needs to change that is like concrete. There's nothing that's like a big like, oh man, if he doesn't change, he's gonna keep getting fucked up. You know, he's winning handily. You know. Yeah, that's exactly what I'd do. I believe you, Natalia. I believe you. It just sucks too because like Herbert's walking him down. He's walking him down into the ropes and into the corner, and he's just letting him out. He's letting him out, you know, and it's like fuck, dude. You know, and he's eating shots like right there. You know, a right hook to the body followed by a left hook to the head. Another right hook to the body. That one was low though. That one looked pretty low. And yes, Neon, I'm still live. This is a fight companion stream, so I'm going until the fights are over. It'll probably be like a 3.5 to 4 hour stream by the time we're done. You, So this is round 7 of 10. There is about 25 seconds left. Oh, excuse me. All right, just sort of dancing around. You see, Herbert doesn't really have to do anything. He could coast the rest of the fight if he wanted to, and I'm sure that's probably what he's gonna do. That would be the smart move to make. Herbert needs a knockout at this point. You know, Herbie needs a knockout. Herb needs a knockout. He can't lollygag. He can't fuck around. You know. And again, like that's what I'm saying is like, you know, you have guys who like, you know, that's what I'm saying about that refinement culture shit is like you have guys that they can only fight one way, right? And beyond that, not only can they only fight one way, they only fight the exact way they're told to fight for that fight. So if that doesn't work, they don't have a plan B. They just try plan A until it works. But then by the end of the fight, they're like, oh, I lost. You know, the fight ends and they lose. And it's like, fucking A, dude. Come on, fucking Esquiva, you know? And that's what happens is like you have that one kind of staggered him a little bit. That right straight up the middle. Snapped his head back and staggered him. But now you see now he's doing what he should be doing. He's literally doing what he should have been doing this entire fight right now. You know, and he shouldn't be breaking waiting. He shouldn't be here waiting for the fucking ref to break him either. He should be breaking on his own and punching out of the break is what he should be doing. You see what I'm talking about, right? He's getting in close. Now, Herbert doesn't like that, right? But it's like and he's even being warned by the referee. Sternly warned by the referee. If that happens again, honestly, I think he should probably take the point away. That's 2 semi-stern warnings here. But yeah, I was saying, like, you have a lot of guys, they'll just keep doing the same thing all the fucking time until it works, but half the time it doesn't work. So they're just getting beat up for nothing, you know? You got to be able to make adjustments and things like that. That's what made Floyd Mayweather great. It wasn't just like, oh, he's got a good pull trap and he's got some other really cool stuff. It's that like over the course of a fight, he would slowly figure you out and he would adjust to the way that you're fighting so that he could be just one step ahead of you at all times, you know? And Floyd says that himself. He said something about like, you know, you will never find someone who makes adjustments like me, you know? And like, I'm not even a huge Floyd Mayweather fan, right? I don't think he's the greatest ever. I think he's just the only other guy to retire undefeated besides Rocky Marciano. I think that's the only thing about him, right? I don't think he's the greatest ever. I think there's definitely better guys than him. But with that said, that is what made him so good, so impressively good, you know? So, yeah, again, the referee just sort of warning him, you know? Boxing referees don't do their job half the time. Ooh, that was nice from Herbert. He ended up slipping the jab and coming up with an uppercut that sort of bopped Esquiva a little bit. But yeah, people just straight up don't know how to fight on the inside anymore, and because of that, like they just get beat up on the outside, and it never crosses their mind like, hey, what would happen if I took it like 2 to 3 feet closer? Would this guy still be able to hit the pull trap like he is now if I was a few feet closer to him? Probably not, I would assume. I would guess no. There's fucking sweat on the camera. Nobody wiped it off. Nobody's wiping it off. Somebody needs to wipe that shit off. Yeah. So, I mean, that fight was just Esquiva. That fight was Esquiva chasing Herbert down. Herbert not really taking any chances, not doing anything too huge. And, I mean, Esquiva started doing what he was supposed to do. But even there, you know, he sort of caught an uppercut on the inside. You know, jab up the middle from Esquiva. That might have been a cross as well. I forget he's a whatever it's called, a lefty. Excuse me. Ah, you see that pull trap worked. That wasn't bad. Didn't work. Oh yeah, that was pretty good right there. That was pretty good. You know, looked like he got caught with something too, but I think what he caught Herbert with, he ended up catching him with something worse, something a lot worse. All right. Sorry, I saw a post from fucking Fish Tank, so I was like, huh, all right, let's check that out. Yeah. You see, he's working on the inside, and that's good, you know? You see, and that's another thing that happens a lot of the time. And I have this, like, I want to play by the rules, and I want people to play by the rules, and I want the referee to enforce the rules. The rules say you're not allowed to hug, you're not allowed to tie up like that, but the referee doesn't always enforce that. You know, in fact, rarely do referees enforce that in a legitimate way. So because of that, you know, there's really no reason to be like, oh, come on, right? You should really just be trying to get out however you can, you know? Like, sure, he's got your left arm. Okay, fine. Step back and bang, short cross. Fucking short hook, short cross, right? Give him something to worry about. Give him something that's going to make him scared to tie his own hands up trying to tie yours up, right? Make him so at the very least he can't just get away with tying one up and the ref being like, hey, don't do that, you know? You see, again, there's another fucking warning. And it's like, well, what are you doing, ref? Don't just warn them every time. There has to be teeth behind that, you know? You know, but again, like, Esquiva needs to not, like, bitch and moan, too. He needs to just be like, fuck it, you want to do this? Oh, bang. You know? All right, cross down the middle from what's his face? Oh, it looks like that might have landed from Esquiva. Herbert threw a cross down the middle. Esquiva looks like he stepped in and he threw an overhand left. Excuse me. So kind of more of the same. Herbert right now is just you know, he's just staying on the outside, running away. Looks like this is the closing seconds of round 9. There's going to be one more round after this, and then we will get to our main event of the evening. I thought this was the closing round, the closing seconds. Oh, whoa, ooh, what? That looked like a slip, but technically, if he got hit by a punch and then fell over, that could be border. That could be border. Well, I mean, you could argue technicalities and things like that. You know, like that was a little bit weird. It was a little bit funny how he got hit and then he sort of slipped right after. You know, but I do think that was a slip. I don't think he was actually hurt. You know. Yeah, there we go. All right, one more round. And you can see Esquiva's corner is yelling at him because he knows. Like, I don't know if Esquiva's won a single round. I'll be honest with you. You know, this might be, oof, this is not good. If he did win a round, it was probably this round. Truth be told, I didn't even notice that first slip from Esquiva. Oh, that overhand left didn't even land. It just looked like it did. You know, it's more like he got hit in the shoulder and then he tried to pivot out and he almost tripped when he was pivoting. So there is that. All right, well, round 10. Let's see. Let's see. Can our boy Esquivia, can our boy get the KO? That'd be pretty cool if he KO'd Herbert. Eh, bitch. All right, just sort of looking at each other. Ooh, that would have been pretty slick if he actually made Esquiva pay for it. He ended up throwing a jab. He stepped out and then he switched positions, a la Marvin Hagler. That was pretty cool. Want to see him do it again? Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Yeah, no, that hurt. I know that hurt. He's trying to play it off, but that hurt him. That definitely hurt him. A lot of the time you'll see guys shake their head like haha nah, and it's just that art of war bullshit where it's like, okay, I'm hurt, you got me, I don't want to let you know that though. I want you to think that your best punch didn't do a thing and now you're demoralized and you don't want to hit me with another one of those. I'm hoping you won't hit me with another one of those because it really fucking sucked. You see, Herbert's got decent head movement on the inside. That was nice, but he didn't. There was no teeth to that, so that's why Herbert just waited for him to stop, and then when he stopped, he fired off a couple. See, like it's the 10th round of a 10 round fight, so you know, fucking, they're both pretty tired. I'm not gonna. Ooh, that was nice. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, "What the fuck is his problem?" Like he's probably exhausted. If we're being honest, but it would be nice to see a little bit more giddy up out of Esquiva right now because he's the one who needs it. I'm sure Herbert is feeling a okay about the prospect of just chilling there. I'm sure he's totally fine with that. He has everything to gain. Few up the middle from Herbert, and he doesn't quite land any of them. I mean, he was kind of splitting the guard a little bit, but not in a serious way. Sam got arrested in Texas. I know. Oh, and is that it? Yeah, that's the end of the fight. All right, so I think without question it was what's his face Herbert. It was Herbert. I think without question we know that. So yeah, I mean, shit. There's that. There's that. There we go. I guess we'll wait for the official call, and then it is the moment we have all been waiting for, which is Sonnen versus Silva. Did you watch the good old hockey game? Nah, I didn't. All right, we're waiting. I'm trying to share the new fish tank thing. Sorry, I was just I was seeing the fish tank thing and then I saw something else, right? I'm gonna buy the fight, obviously, but as a joke, what would be a good stream? You mean what stream would be one you want to avoid because it wouldn't be buying the fight? There's like I think they call it like crack streams or buff stream or stream east. You know, there's a few of them, and I think those are a couple of them. I could be wrong. There was like sportsurge.2. So like I said, if you happen upon those sites, you want to click off of them because they are illegal sites, and you know we definitely don't want to be doing illegal like streaming of any kind or anything like that. That's obviously a big no-no. You know, you wouldn't steal a car, right? So why would you download an illegal stream? Of course. Um, glass cracking. I'm streaming from Twitter. Is That's like I need a restream to either Twitch, Rumble, Kick, or Twitter. And I'm honestly considering Twitter. Even though I don't actually, now that I think of it, I don't know if it's the greatest idea because I'm shadow banned on Twitter. I did a couple of shadow ban tests, and most of them, not all of them actually, but most of them came back positive, meaning yes, I am paused, I am shadow banned. So I don't even know if it would be, I don't even know if it would be a good idea for me to stream to my current Twitter account. I think that might not be a good idea. But also, I know I'd get banned off Twitch at some point. Kick, I'm not 100% sure about. Rumble, I guess, but I don't know. You know, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah. All right. Here we go. We got Herbert. We got Herbie. One of his trainers looks a little bit like Samuel Jackson. Samuel Jackson, if he was like a little bit more light skinned. It's kind of funny how that looks. I would assume they're going to interview him in the ring right now. I would assume that's what's going to happen. We shall see. All right, this guy doesn't get a plastic belt. He gets a medal instead. That's funny. It's funny how he doesn't get he gets the medal instead of the belt. They're like, nah, we'll give you a real reward. How about that? We'll give you a real fucking reward. Does that sound good? All right. Well, with that said, just a little fuck, a little over 3 hours, and they should be making ring walks pretty damn soon. They should be making ring walks pretty damn soon. Hopefully there isn't a ton of build up or anything like that. You know, hopefully we can do our thing there, and you know we'll have a good time. We'll have a good time sooner rather than later. That would be pretty damn nice. Oh boy. Well, we got oh, the Olympic Games are in Paris this year. All right. Oh, is Brazil playing again? Oh, that's not soccer. That's volleyball. You guys actually watch volleyball, babe?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm.
That's stupid.
Sometimes.
Volleyball is an awful sport. Volleyball is what like teenage girls play in high school. You know, that's what they play. Imagine how that's gonna go. LOL. The Paris Olympics. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Oh boy. We have to watch Spider. Yeah, we have to watch Spider add 23 more times and watch 6 different Brazilian singers perform. Oh boy. Baby, we're gonna watch MC Bin Laden. He's gonna perform. Have you guys, you guys should look up MC Bin Laden. What am I watching it on? I'm watching it on I'm watching it on Brazilian TV. If you don't have IPTV, you know, you can buy it on DAZN, I'm pretty sure. But you, again, like I've been saying all night, you definitely shouldn't use one of those illegal sites, you know. And I'm telling you guys specifically so you know what they look like, right? Buff Stream, Crack Streams, what's it called? Stream East. Those are the three most popular ones. If somebody sends you a link with those, you shouldn't click it because those are illegal. Also, SportSurge.2, that's another one I learned about recently that I'm making sure I keep an eye out for so I can avoid it. I guess that has a bunch of different streams on it that you can take a look at. So yeah, just keep those in mind. You know, meaning like keep it in mind that if you see them, you're not gonna bother with them because you know it's not good. Oh, excuse me. Do you think Chael got that tattoo to get this match? It seemed like Chael didn't need the money, but who knows? He got a tattoo. When did Chael get a tattoo? I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna look that up just to be sure. Oh, geez. Wow. Okay. All right. Have some dignity. Chael Sonnen inks Anderson Silva's tattoo on his arm. Photo goes viral for all the wrong reasons. Some random guy says, Uncle Chael, you drunk again? I don't know who the fuck that is. I don't care what he has to say. Sean, just Sean, says, when are you going to get one of Ariel Helwani? Oh, this is November. Wow, this is in November, right? So he got a straight up Anderson Silva tattoo on him. That's pretty funny. I have no clue why he got that. Look, Chael Sonnen doesn't need money. He's got a podcast that people love the hell out of. He's got so many things that people like. Anything Chael Sonnen does, people are gonna love the hell out of. You know, I don't think he needs the money. I think the money is always gonna be like a potentially motivating factor insofar as like, yeah, I'd rather get paid $1 million than 999,000, right? Um, but like, you know, fucking, I don't think he's like, oh no, I'm broke, I need money. I guess I'll do a trilogy fight. I'll do a fake rubber match because after all, fucking, I already lost to him twice. I'll do a fake rubber match in boxing this time though with Anderson Silva. I'm known as a wrestler, but I'm going to box instead with a guy who is known as a kickboxer. Excuse me, jeez. Chael Sonnen has once again left his fans in awe with a recent snapshot of him getting inked. The bad guy decided to immortalize former middleweight champion Anderson Silva on his left arm. That looks like his right arm. That, to me, would be his right arm. Just a small thing. I don't know why. That bothers me. But for those who recall, Sonnen and Silva engaged in one of the most epic and fierce rivalries in UFC history, culminating in two memorable bouts at UFC 117 and UFC 148, where Sonnen, despite putting up an incredible fight, suffered defeat on both occasions. Posting the image on social media, Sonnen wrote, I'm a man of my word, Spider Anderson, hashtag OMG Palabra. Did I say it right, baby?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fluent. Fucking fluent. Anyway, fucking, while the motive behind this unexpected ink remains shrouded in mystery, fans couldn't help but express their opinions, and they weren't all positive. One fan urged Sonnen to have some dignity. Fucking, you see, this is how that shit, like, there's no problems. Like, what, like, 5 whole people were like, this is dumb, I don't like this. And now they're trying to be like, oh, everybody hates it. You know, it's like, shut the fuck up. Have some dignity, says random fuck on the internet. Chael, stop trying to fool us with that henna tattoo. That's a joke. They're joking around. Fucking, there's no way Anderson's head is gonna fit in those Tropicana arms. Definitely AI. Again, a joke. A joke. Fucking, if you're not willing to go too far, you'll never go far enough. Chael may have finally gone too far with the Anderson Silva tattoo. A joke. Uncle Chael, you drunk again? A joke. These AI pictures, a joke. There is no way Anderson's head is gonna fit in those Tropicana. Dude, you put the same one again? What are you, idiot? You fucking idiot? Get out of here. This is like, oh man. Wait a second, huh? Chael Sonnen weighs in on McGregor versus Chandler speculation for UFC 300 main event. Yeah, sure. That's probably bullshit. I almost clicked back to the intro slide by mistake. That would have been oopsie. That would have been a big whoops. Whoopsies. All right, here we are. The bad guy is on video right now, and he is looking like a grandpa, if I'm being honest with you, because he got grandpa-looking glasses. Aren't those grandpa glasses, baby?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, he looks Grandpa Chael. We used to call him Uncle Chael. He's Grampy Chael now. Jeez. You think Chael has a body pillow? I hope he does. I hope so. Where is this fight streaming? It's on DAZN, right? But if you go back 3 minutes in the stream, like Archetype 11 said, you'll see what I'm talking about. You know, you'll see what I've been talking about. You know, basically the whole night. You as well, sus PCK. If you go back like 5 minutes in the stream, I talk about where you can find it. You know. Oh man. All right. Well, we're waiting for the ring walks right now. He has a body pillow of himself. That would make it even better. He's like, I'm the bad guy. I don't need anybody but myself. Oh man. I'm just fucking waiting. I'm just fucking waiting for all that shit. We're just waiting. Oh boy. All right, I think we're getting there. I think oh, never mind. It's the fucking whatever it's called. The desk guys again. This is you but gay. All right. I guess that's appropriate for Pride Month. That's Pride Month me. If it gets old people active, I'm for it. Yes, sir. I hope this is the best fight ever. That would be crazy if they put on a better fight than most UFC guys do nowadays. That would be crazy, and that would be the best thing ever. That would be the best fucking shit you've ever seen. I would love the hell out of that so much. Image could be flipped. No. No. Oh man, dude, what are these two jabronis doing? Fucking talking about nothing. Like, come on, hurry it up, hurry the fuck up. All right. Well, hopefully it starts soon. They keep showing us the crowd. You know, they keep on showing us that crowd, right? Shit is a crazy dumb. See, I don't have anything else to talk about right now, so I'm literally just like, okay, can this fight get started so we can have something to talk about, you know? Watch it make ranks on boards. That'd be funny. Scott, did you get your taint waxed for Pride Month? Nah, I like it. I like it a little bit rough down there, you know. Chael must have gotten a good chunk of change with 4 other fights, and most of them got a toy belt. Yeah, I mean, he definitely did. There's no way he didn't. You know, there's no way he didn't. Thoughts on Connor pulling out? I actually talked about this in last night's stream, but yeah, like I'm not surprised. He wasn't ready. You could tell he wasn't going to be ready. He was partying. He was out like cheating on his wife and shit like that, and it was on video. And yeah, I mean, he just was not going to be ready for this fight. You knew it, and it sucks because that's what happens a lot of the time. Is like a lot of guys, a lot of the top guys nowadays, like um, they take fights and then they wait till like there's less than a month before the card to pretend they have an injury. To be like, oh man, dude, I bent my finger back a little bit too far and now it's kind of sore. Oh, I can lift, I can hold things, I can make a fist, I can punch stuff fine, but there's a little bit of pain sometimes when I try and bend back that way. Oh, dude, I gotta pull out. Sorry, Dana. Sorry, Dana, old buddy, old pal. Like there's a lot of guys out there that I feel like love doing that. You know, Hamzat Chimaev is another one. Although not all of them were his fault, right? Like Paulo Costa, he had to pull out of the fight that he was going to have with him earlier this year because he had like a staph infection that was like eating at his skin. It was crazy. So like not all of it is Hamzat Chimaev's fault, right? However, with that said, there's a lot of pullouts that are his fault from the look of it. From the look of it, I forget. I don't keep track of that, but like you're seeing more and more of that. You saw the same thing with Habib. You know, he obviously was ducking the Tony Ferguson fight. Not all those were his fault as well, but like when it comes to fucking when it comes to fucking like that last fight with Tony Ferguson, he went back to Dagestan knowing that he would not be allowed back into the USA. That was a calculated move made by a guy who was afraid that Tony Ferguson could take his unbeaten streak. That's what that was, right? Um, it, you know, because that's the thing people don't understand about the Dagestanis as well. You know, I don't want to go on another like rant when I'm trying to kind of put a cap on the Conor McGregor one, but the Dagestanis are good at pushing you up against the cage and then using the cage to take you down. If you watch Habib, if you watch Islam try and shoot in the middle of the cage, they're actually not really that good at it. I'll be honest with you. They get sprawled out on and stuffed a lot more often than you may think. So because of that, I I could see Tony Ferguson, even though he got beat up by Justin Gaethje, right, in the fight that was supposed to be against Habib, I could see him seriously dethroning. I could have seen him at the time anyway, seriously dethroning Habib, you know, and that's why he ran off overseas to then turn around and be like, "What? I can't get back into country, but why not? I did not know this. I did not know this." Right? Like trying to pretend like he didn't fucking know, even though everybody told him, "Hey, don't do that." But yeah, back to Conor McGregor. Yeah, it sucks because like you can tell that he probably just was not ready. He was like, fuck, like shit. I drank too much. I did too much coke. I did too much whatever drug I like to do. I fucked too many bitches, and I didn't do enough training. Ow, my elbow. Ow, Dana. Ow, my elbow. Ow. Like, that's most likely what happened, you know, and it sucks because these guys are at like the top of the sport. Nobody, like, you can be Dana's favorite, but it doesn't mean you're going to get treated like especially well. But also, you are going to get treated better than the average. So, like, you're at the top of the sport. You're getting treated a lot better than the average, you know? You may not be a trillionaire or anything like that, but you're getting favorable treatment by the organization. And these guys use that favorable treatment to just, like, pull out of fights that if somebody who was, like, a low card guy, you know, a prelims guy, a dude they brought in to just fill out the prelims. If that guy did it, they'd be like, oh, all right, well, we're just gonna release you from your contract then. You don't want to take this fight? Oh, we'll just release you from the contract. Oh, you got hurt? All right, fine. We'll give you another fight when we feel like it. And it's not going to be an easy fight. And, you know, if you don't win in spectacular fashion, we're going to cut you, you know? What was I going to say? There was something else somebody said. It's the intermission, so when the fight starts, we won't be as disappointed when it's over in 8 minutes. That's true. That's true. So not surprising, but it is sad that he is unwell. I mean, did did he come out with a reason? Was there a legit reason that he gave? You know, for like, was there a legit reason that he gave for not being able to like be there? You know, did he come out and say like, oh, I have swine flu? Is that what did he do that? I don't know. That's one thing, right? Top example for them being shit at shooting in the center of the cage is Al Iaquinta. Exactly. Al Iaquinta was never considered to be anything too special, and the guy eventually quit MMA to sell houses. He had to sell houses on the side, and then eventually he was like, why am I getting punched in the head? I should just sell houses. You know, I can make so much more money selling houses, and I don't have to worry about head trauma. I can still train. You know, I'd retire, you know? And Al Iaquinta gave Khabib arguably the hardest fight of his career. You know, what was I gonna say? Even the Dustin Poirier Islam Makhachev fight, the Makhachev fight. Oh fuck, jeez. Even that fight though, like you saw, whenever Dustin got taken down, it was off the cage. When Islam shot in the center of the ring, Dustin was able to sprawl. Like. And well, I'll make that point later. Like everybody knows the game with these guys, so when they shoot in the center of the cage, it's real easy to sprawl. Now, what is tough is when they get smart, when they rub the two brain cells that they have together, and they do what Khabib did what he did in his fight with McGregor, right? Conor. He ended up sparking Conor. He scored a knockdown. I'm pretty sure he scored a knockdown off of an overhand right that he did specifically utilizing the level change. So he level changed like he was going to shoot in, and then he came over the top. That's how he was able to score that knockdown, you know? So even their striking is even their striking is like so heavily based on their grappling a lot of the time. I like Islam better than Khabib because Islam at least has like actual hands. He's actually got some decent striking. But like other than that, it's like it's like fuck, dude. Like they're just not as good as people say, you know? For one thing, I think they're juiced to the gills, right? And then for another thing, I think that they pick opponents very wisely, just like Khabib did and does, you know? And of course, Dana's trying to suck up to the Saudis right now, you know? Dana absolutely loves the shit out of the Saudis because they'll throw money at him like it's nothing. Even though the Saudis don't have that, like, to my knowledge, I don't think they're that big of a fight culture. I think it's just that the princes are like, hey, we got oil money and we want to see fights. We want to see modern day gladiatorial events. We are like the patrician class over here. Why don't we just put on modern day gladiatorial events, you know? And they had the UFC in fucking Dubai or Saudi Arabia or you know, the United Arab Emirates or wherever, right? That's what's happening is oil barons. I don't think the average like Emirati or the average Iranian, you know, or what, you know, whatever you would call somebody from Dubai, you know, I don't think the average person over in those countries is like, yes, MMA, Allah, MMA. Like I don't think that's their thing, you know. you know, Dana's just gonna go wherever the oil money's at, for good reason. So, you know, I think that's what it is. And of course, these guys are they're gonna want to see Muslim fighters. So that's what he does, you know. Russia is top steroid sneakers, exactly, to the point where they got banned from the Olympics. And you know, to get around it, they sent their athletes to like another program where it was like not officially the Russian government, but the Russians were able to compete through this sort of like other body, through this body that was heavily monitored by the Olympic Committee, you know. And like the way USADA operates, first off, USADA isn't jumping on planes to go all the way out to Russia, right? What they're doing, I was told this by like, you know, an MMA reporter, right? I don't know if I want to mention his name. I don't think it would matter, but just in case, fucking, you know, I was told this by an MMA reporter that USADA isn't jumping on planes and heading out to Russia. What they're doing is they're contacting Russian organizations saying, hey, we would like for you to drug test Islam Makhachev. He's got a fight coming up in 3 months, and we are going to do a random drug test. And that Russian corporation you can be almost 100% guaranteed is being like fucked with by somebody goes out and they take whatever piss they're given, whether Islam whips his dick out right in front of the guy, or if they have a Ziploc bag full of some fresh piss to hand over to the guy when he arrives, right? He's just taking whatever they get, no questions asked, no actual legitimate like security, insofar as like he knows like, okay, this is untampered with. This is his piss and it's untampered with. And then in addition to that, they're going and they're doing tests that they're closed tests, you know? It's not like USADA has the ability to like see how the tests are run and what's done to the specimen, to the sample, or anything like that, you know? Fucking it's like clearly there's a front organization that is specifically designed to like avoid having to be truthful about that shit. And that's what Habib, that's what Islam, I would assume that's what they're into, you know? Fucking it's crazy. It's insane, you know? And then in addition to that, they like to that people call them size bullies, and I feel like that's like a sour grapes kind of thing to say, is like he's a size bully. It's kind of a loaded term, but like that is another thing, is like Habib should be fighting at 170. Islam should probably be fighting at 172, you know? Oh, excuse me. These guys are so much bigger than everybody they're fighting, and then people are like, dude, he's so strong. And it's like, yeah, because he walks around at like 175, 180. You're walking around at like 165, you know? Or no, that would be like featherweight. Actually, never mind, you know. Habib is probably walking around at like 185 to 190, maybe 195. Here comes Chael, the bad guy, the American gangster, Sonnen, the largest arms in West Lynn, Oregon. All right. But yeah, like that's what they do, is they cut down to a weight that is like most other people are not going to cut down to. They're going to be like 165, 170. They're going to cut down to 155. Meanwhile, Habib is like 185 to 195, maybe even 200 pounds, and he's cutting down to 155, you know? Same thing with Islam, you know? But anyway, we're here. We're at the main event. Chael Sonnen looking as fierce, looking as ready to go as ever. Jeez, this is crazy, dude. It's so crazy seeing Chael Sonnen not just back, but he's in a fucking ring. Not a cage, but a ring, and he is in a boxing robe. Dude, I gotta piss. I'm holding my piss right now. Actually, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't hold my piss. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick leak. All right, just to make sure, because this is probably gonna be a 12-round fight. Oh, that's so relieving. I was like, oh man, oh no. So, LG Crazy Gamer said no, but they were in talks. WWE merged with the UFC into TKO Holdings. Who asked? Wait, they bought WWE. The Saudis bought the WWE recently. Oh boy, that's pretty crazy. You know, um, Weenie Hut Junior ring. Yeah, pretty much. I wonder what the winner's gonna get. I'm wondering if the winner's gonna get a fucking toy belt too. So he came out with a fucking rapper, I guess. Yo, who's the guy singing? Is he famous? Do you know who the guy singing was, babe?
I couldn't hear the song.
Oh, that sucks.
I didn't find out.
Hmm. All right, so Anderson Silva is 49 and Chael Sonnen is 47. Okay. Jeez, they are looking like a couple of old coots. They're looking like a couple old coots, dude. Damn, bro. The main event of the evening. Blah, 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 blah. Of the evening. The main event of the evening. Of the evening. Oh, they're doing in fucking English too. All right, we're waiting. Please welcome and make some noise. All right, here's the man. He's still got his robe on. When are they going to take that shit off? Silva's got his too. Could be Bill Withers. Don't look 81, but black don't crack. What? All the hardcore Brazil fans are creaming their pants when they hear De Anderson Silva. Where are you guys watching it? Crack streams went down as it should. You shouldn't have been watching it there or on Stream East or on fucking Buff Stream. I told you not to go to those places. If my dad can beat up your dad became a reality, yeah, probably. I like this Brazilian buffer. Wow, wow, they're really holy shit. This dude's got a fucking GoPro strapped to his head. That's hilarious, dude. That is insane. I can't wait to see what can I not wait to see? I can't wait to see that view. Dude, they got Greg Cam. They got Greg Cam is what they do. Another group of people, more people stole from fucking Fish Tank, dude. They took the Greg Cam. What the fuck, dude? I think they owe us some money, man. I think they owe us some money. All right, here we go. Kind of nervous. Kind of nervous looking at this. Jeez, fucking Anderson's got his groin protection pulled up like way high. You know, that's one of those things in boxing they do is they pull the groin protection mad high sometimes, you know? And it's something that, like, again, that's one of those things where it's like, okay, there's supposed to be a regulation on that, but people just don't follow it for one reason or another. All right, here we go. Oh, man. They're both lefties. I forgot about that. Wow, they're just patting each other down right now. They're just patting each other down. I mean, like, it's the opening rounds of the fight. I think they know they want it to be, like, These guys are buds. I guarantee you they were like, okay, let's not pick it up until like later in the fight, you know? Because actually, no, this is round 1 of 5, you know? If they just patted each other down right now, because like, yeah, they're literally just like taking it nice and easy on each other. They're literally just taking it nice and easy on each other. This is like literally the sparring that I do at the gym with people, you know? Or it's the sparring I try to do at the gym with people until they inevitably hit me for real, and then we start fighting a little bit more than we probably should. But like, I'd like to see them pick it up around like round 3, let's say. Like let's do like round 3. All right. Either that, I want to see one of them just kick it up out of nowhere. They're like, bang. Just fucking a right hook from hell, just out of nowhere. That'd be the funniest shit to me. So Chael using a little bit of his Greco skills, you know, and that referee not doing anything. That referee looking like a fucking idiot with his Greg cam on. There's only one Greg, and there's only one Greg cam. Everyone else is a cheap imitation. Yeah, they're taking it nice and easy. I don't even see a purpose in trying to give a play-by-play because like they're throwing volume specifically because they're not going hard at all, so they can get away with going like 5 punches back to back, you know. Chael went half plumb and he started throwing uppercuts. That's what Esquiva, right, from the last fight needed. He needed to make it dirty. He needed to not give a shit, you know, because the referee isn't enforcing anything. All right, so that is the end of round 1, and you know, nothing too exciting. I don't even think I could assign a winner or a loser to that round. I think it was just what it was, you know, light sparring between them. This is an exhibition. It's not like there's going to be a winner or a loser or anything like that, but I don't see them being like this for the entire fight. I think maybe we get one more round, maybe 2 more rounds of this, but then I'm hoping eventually they'll kick it up and they'll really start lumping each other. Hold on, hold the fucking phone. He's putting Vaseline on Anderson right now. He's putting Vaseline not on the face, I mean on the body. Anderson Silva's corner, I'm 99% sure, just wiped fucking Vaseline on his body. That is a huge no-no. You know, you don't grease. It's not allowed. All right, so let's see if they kick it up a little bit. I have a feeling they probably won't, but I'm open to being pleasantly surprised. Yeah, so pawing jab from Chael, kind of walking his way in. Yeah, kind of the same thing, just really light sparring right now, you know? Nothing too huge, nothing too big, you know? That's fine by me though. It's fun just to see these guys move around a little bit. But like I said, I really want to see them kick it up in round 3, maybe round 4, you know? Why didn't they do this on Street Beefs? That would have been funny. That would have been funny seeing them on Street Beefs, you know? Scott says exactly when the round is over so we can sync. Oh, uh-oh. I missed something. I don't know, like I don't think it's really happening, but like I'm almost seeing kind of like I feel like they are slowly starting to kind of pick it up a little bit, you know. You can kind of see it from Anderson a little bit. He's kind of like, you know, you can see he's almost holding back a little bit cuz he's like, okay, I got to like we're still going nice and light. I'm not trying to like, you know, fucking kill this guy or anything like that. You know, again, I could be wrong, but, you know, Hi Ecuador says, please, I need advice for my problem. What problem? You're gonna have to say it again because I don't see your problem on the thing right now, and I don't want to go too deep into looking at these because just in case something big does happen, I want to be able to see it so I can tell you guys what's going down, you know. But yeah, like this is what light sparring should look like for the most part. You're not even really trying to like hit each other in the way that you would in like regular sparring, you know. Like you're pulling punches, like they're getting like that close, and you're like, okay, that got through. I would have landed. Okay, jab cross, that got through. I would have landed if I wanted to. I don't have to though, because I got through, and he couldn't have done anything if it came down to it. All right, end of round 2. Here we go. Hi Ecuador, what is your problem? Oh, I mentioned like fucking you got to buy it on DAZN. Don't go to crack streams. Don't go to sportsurge.to. Don't go to those websites, dude. Stay away from them. Okay. Don't go to like I think there's another one called like Give Me Reddit Stream or something like that. Don't go to that one. Those are all wow. He taps his shoe. He emotes on him and then he throws that jab cross. Yeah, don't go to any of those though. Don't go to any of those though. It's not good. It's not good. They were at 40%. They were at 20% before. Yeah, I could kind of see that. I could kind of agree with you there, because the difference between 20 and 40 is not that much. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you're seeing a little bit more pop in them now. You're seeing more pop in them now. Yeah, again, like they're up again, but they're not trying to kill each other. Anderson's really trying to land for real too. He's landing that jab. You know. Yeah. You see, Chael, if he wants to win this when it becomes a real fight, well, actually, it's an exhibition. There's no winners anyway. But if Chael was to win this fight, if there ever was a winner, he would want to turn it into a dirty fight. He would want to do a little bit more of what he was doing. Like earlier when he had the half plum and he was throwing that uppercut. He's doing a smart move right now, and he's moving Anderson around, and he's not just waiting for the ref to break them. Right? If you're not gonna throw punches in the clinch, you might as well push the guy into the ropes or turn him around or something like that. You might as well use it for something. Yeah, so they're actually popping each other now, but they're not popping each other hard at all. I think Anderson's kind of going a little bit harder than Chael is too. Like specifically with trying to land punches. I think Chael is kind of lagging behind just a little bit. I don't think he's gotten the memo just quite yet. So there's that. But I mean, I'm curious to see what round 2 is going to be. I'm excited to see what round 5 is going to be because I think these guys will kick it up a little bit more. You'll see a little bit more pop on their shit. Anderson just kind of chaining together combinations. Just kind of you just see Chael like that. Tie it up into a bow. Yes. And don't worry, hi Ecuador. I'm gonna answer your question. So that was the end of round 3 of 5. And yeah, they definitely kicked it up a little bit more. And I think round 4 we'll probably see a little bit more. And then round 5, we're not going to see them go all out. We're not going to see them trying to go for the kill, but we're probably going to see some pretty hard sparring is what we're going to see. Hi Ecuador says, Scott, I was going to ask you about that. I am trying to learn jiu-jitsu, but my penis is 14 inches flaccid, and I keep getting hit in the groin when I roll with people of my skill level. You could tape it to your thigh. Either that or you could gel to make it even longer, and then you could use it to tie your gi pants. One of those two. Scott, would I box a robot? I don't know. It all depends. Like, does that robot have like sensors where like if I pop it on the chin, it's gonna shut off? Because if so, then yeah. Like, but I wouldn't want to box a robot because like it doesn't have any feelings. Like it doesn't feel when it gets hit and it doesn't get knocked out. All right, so the beginning of round 4, Anderson comes out with a couple of jabs. Again, they're not really throwing a bunch of power, but you can tell they're actually trying to land on each other now, Anderson's kind of, he's using some slick boxing, good footwork, keeping the outside, trying to use that evasive maneuvering, and it's working very well, you know. Chael's got to cut the ring off to the best of his ability, you know. All right, Chael on the inside, you know, just sort of throwing punches. Those punches, I don't think he's trying to like hit as hard as he could, but you know, I think he's kind of digging them a little bit, you know. All right. Ooh, excuse me. Mm. Yeah, like they've gotten more and more, you know. They they're just like, yo, dude, yo, bro, let's get this beer money and run. Let's get this beer money and get the fuck out of here. How about that? Does that sound good? You know. All right, let's see. I want to see round five. I want to see them actually go at each other, like you know, closer to real. You know, we got about 30 seconds left in this round. Maybe the last 10 seconds of this round. Oh. I was saying maybe the last fucking what's his face. Chael just ended up falling. I was gonna say I want to see like the last 10 seconds of this round. They just absolutely start going at it. You know, that'd be the funniest shit. Would you box RoboCop? Uh, I don't know. It depends. What weapons do I have? And closing seconds of round four, and we are done with round four. We are done with round numero four. So last round. All right, we're gonna see if they pick it up this round. I really hope they do, because I mean, look, 3 minutes of harder sparring is, you know, like they can do that without hurting each other. You know, they can do that without hurting each other for real. You know, fucking you pop someone, you see they're hurt, you back off, you give them a second or two to you know relax, and then you know you go back at it and shit like that. You know, either that they could just go tit for tat. Like they clearly had a conversation about this before. There's no way they didn't have a conversation about this before. You know, fucking they could easily be like, look, I throw three punches, you throw three punches. Whatever gets through gets through. Nobody's mad at the other guy. You know, you're gonna get your three punches right after I throw mine. So you know, we'll keep it fun. We'll keep it interesting. You know. All right, so let's see here. They immediately look a little bit more you know, like they immediately look a little bit more like boxers right now. Oh yeah, they're going at it a little bit closer to. Oh, never mind. I thought they were. They looked like they were, but they are not. I mean, they're picking up the pace, is what they're doing. They're picking up the pace. All right. Yeah, I mean, like Anderson's a much slicker boxer than Chael is. You know that's just what is the ref getting involved in this for? Like, come on, dude. It's a couple of guys who've known each other for years, having a little bit of fun. They just happen to be in front of a crowd. You know, like get out of here. It ain't about you tonight, Mister wannabe Greg. Um, I forget what I was saying before that though. Oh yeah. Anderson's a much slicker boxer than Chael, obviously. So you know, like if I had to give it to somebody right now, I'd give it to Anderson. But there is no you know winner anyway. You know, Steven Seagal showed Silva how to do that exactly. Steven Seagal is Anderson really has Steven Seagal to thank for his slick boxing skills. Is really what it is. You know, they call that Aikido boxing, is what they call it. Chael about to wrestle fuck Silva. That'd be funny. Really? He's got a bloody nose? They're who cares about the bloody nose? It's a small bloody nose that I don't even know how he got it. It's probably like the arid like I forget where they're at. I think they're in Sao Paulo. Is Sao Paulo dry, baby?
No.
Oh, I don't know. I figured it was just the arid temperatures and shit like that, you know?
Not too much.
But apparently not. It's the Brazilian air. It's all the powder. It's all the powder glass in the Brazilian air.
It's polluted.
Yeah, the pollution in the air. All right, round 5, and Chael Sonnen, ladies and gentlemen, undefeated, undisputed to this day. Man, imagine getting paid that much money for that. That'd be so nice. I'd love the hell out of that. Geez, Sylvia posted a picture of her 5 months pregnant. It's crazy to think it's been that long. Or oh no, is it 5 months pregnant or is it 5 months until she has the kid? I forget which. I forget which. Fuck. I don't know. I guess we'll figure. I guess we'll figure that one out at some point. At some point, you know. All right. I want to see what they. I want to see what happens. I want to see like what they do instead of raising a hand. Yeah, light sparring session. They did the bare minimum to be able to call it a real fight. That's the thing. It wasn't even a real fight. It was an exhibition. All the other fights were real fights. They go down on a record. But this was just an exhibition. And this specifically was put on by a beer company that was trying to break into the Brazilian market. Combat sports are big in Brazil. They're literally the second major sport behind soccer. It's like soccer and then the UFC is like in Brazil. That's the way that it is. So they knew like, all right, well, if we want to break into this, what if we put on Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen, somebody who I'm sure most Brazilians have forgiven him to a degree, but at one point people were like, "We are going to kill you. We will kill you." Fucking um yeah, eu matei você. Did I say it right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's right. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning. But yeah, like this is like the perfect like, hey, we may be a German beer company, but don't worry, we get you Brazilians. Now buy our beer. That's literally what this is. We get you, we know what you like. Now buy us, buy our shit. This is the Brazilian version of buy our product homos during Pride Month that a lot of these corporations do. A lot of these corpos, dude. Brazilians do in fact drink a lot. Dude, Brazilians do something weird with their beer. Like when I think of beer, I just think of crack the bottle open and drink it. For one thing, they don't like I mean they have like regular bottles, but what'll happen a lot is like they'll have bottles that are like that fucking big of like beer and they pour the beer into glasses. Not like big glasses like pint glasses, like small glasses, right? But something else they do, I forget exactly how you make this baby, but it's like you guys do like it's like Corona or Modelo. Oh, hold on. I'll ask you after. Uh, why even wrap your hands? What's the point, guys? I'm not like disappointed. Well, I am disappointed, but I'm not like, oh, this fucking sucks. Like I had a good time tonight. I had a good time watching that. It was fun to see two guys who became buddies after their rivalry. I don't they never hated each other either. They never hated each other. That like they were always probably cool behind the scenes. Um but like it's cool seeing two old buddies who are also legends of the sport like mess around like that. It's fun. It's nice. You know. But yeah, like you guys do like it's like beer and like you put ice in it and then there's like some other shit you put in it.
Sometimes we put lemon.
No, I don't like you remember you take the Modelo, you pour it into a thing. You make like a cocktail with the beer.
Oh yeah, it's salt.
Just salt?
Salt and ice. Yeah.
Just salt and ice. That's
Yeah,
it?
and lemon.
And lemon. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. You put salt on the cup thing. Like when you.
Yeah, like a margarita.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys make like beer margaritas.
Yeah,
Now that I mention it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, it's good. I like it. You know, I'd do it again if you guys made it. But like, you know, it's like that to me is just like, why wouldn't I just crack open a beer and go? Why does it have to be like crack open the beer, ice, salt the rim? You know.
I mean, yeah.
You guys are fucking quiz,
We are
dude.
creative. That's
Yeah,
what we are.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Hi Ecuador says, thoughts or feelings on the Irish musical artist Enya. I actually don't know that much about her. I don't mind the Irish artists that I know, but a lot of the Irish artists that I know are like they're like shit libs, either that or they're like they're folk guys, you know. Like the Cranberries, that song Zombie is like, oh, you guys like trying to say both sides are bad, and it's like, well, I mean, don't get me wrong, like I don't support what the IRA did either with all the random bombings and shit like that. That's not cool, even a little bit. But also, like, I don't think there's much of an equivalence between them. I think if the IRA is bad, they're bad in their own way for their own reasons. And you know, the British people trying to pretend like they actually have a say in Ulster because there's like an extremely small minority of Protestants. It's like, nah, like you just want control of the island. That's all you want, and you're holding on to the last bit of control of the island that you have. And you know, you're using Protestants as a means to do that when you don't even care about the Irish Protestants. The Irish Protestants love the shit out of you guys. They call themselves British. They call themselves you know, subjects of the Queen, or now the King, I guess. They say God save the Queen, now King. They swear an oath to the regent of England, you know. But like the way the Brits feel about the Northern Irish, specifically the Protestants, they're like, those fucking bug eating Irish sons of bitches, you know. They're like that. So it's like fucking a, like you guys just want control over the country. You know, you want control over whatever country you can find, and you're not allowed to control India anymore. You're not allowed to control parts of Africa anymore. So you're like shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck. You know, and it's just like ridiculous to see, you know. So it's like, even though I obviously don't condone any form of like war crime necessarily, I don't think there is an equivalence between like what the British Army and before them, like, you know, the Black and Tans, the Royal Ulster Constabulary, and you know, all these other people. Like I don't, you know, one came before the other. Let's just say that, right? But you know, you asked me about Irish artists, and I was just qualifying the statement. I was trying to get you to understand why I'm like, they're fucking shit libs, dude. And the Cranberries, that song "Zombie," it's saying, oh, you guys are, you know, the Irish fucking Republicans are bad. If you support Irish autonomy, you're bad. Like that's what they were trying to do, you know. The Cranberries are a very good band though, and their singer is like, you know, like she has such a nice voice. Irish singers are, specifically female Irish singers. They have such beautiful fucking voices. It's like crazy, and that's not just me being a Celtaboo, being a Galaboo, a Hibernaboo, right? That's not just me like being like, oh, but my last name's Sullivan and I'm a redhead and I like Ireland. That's not what it is. Like it's just true, you know. What was I gonna say? Um, yeah, you know, I don't know much about Enya, but the other Irish artists that I know of, I like U2 as well. You know, they're like really, really good. You know, it sucks because there's a lot of artists that you wouldn't really know because they never made it big really outside of Ireland like that. You know, and if they did, it's like they made it big, but in like a certain circle. You know, they're not like U2 big or anything like that. Like there's a few different. In fact, you know what? I think I might be able to play this without being copyright struck. So I'll go ahead and I'll play it. Right. I'll just go ahead and I'll play it on the, you know, I won't bother showing you the, actually, maybe I should bother showing you the video. Maybe I should bother showing you the, fuck, my neck is hurting. All right, yes. First off, I'll show you this. This is like beautiful as fuck to me. I'll shut up and, you know, I'll show you real quick. It's only like a minute and a half. All right. I think you guys get the gist. You know, if you want to look it up yourself, you can. It's oh shit, I'm just realizing. It's called Oro Shedovaha Walia, right? And it's a mouthful for one thing. It's a mouthful. I'll leave it up there so you can look it up yourself. But this, like, there's so many versions of this fucking song, and like I said, there's so many people who do this song. This is like their version of like God Bless America, basically, right? Like every elementary school talent show had like 10 people who decided they'd do God Bless America, right? What's it called? Like, so there's so many singers that have done examples of this, right? This is I'm pretty sure it's just Derek O'Cathane, right? Like, I'm not like, I don't, you know, he spells his name weird. I'm pretty sure it's literally just Derek, right? But he spells it like Darach, like Derek, Derek O'Cathane. Like, beautiful, right? He's not the world's greatest singer that you've ever heard, right? But like there's a raw emotion in his voice that is like so beautiful to me, right? And there's a pain in his voice that, like, you know, Irish singers do pain very well. They also do like epic sounding stuff very well. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna show you. This is my favorite, my absolute favorite version of this song. I couldn't even tell you who did it. Like, I think there's like um oh, performed by Paul Brady and Yarla O Leonard. So those are the two people that did this, I guess, right? And it's such like it's I'll let it speak for itself. We won't listen to the whole 3 minutes and 58 seconds. You can go ahead and you can look that shit up yourself if you want, you know, but also another little bit of another interesting fact I'll show you after this. You know, there's a bit of a an intro, you know. I think it adds to it, so I'll stop talking through it. Oh, it says his name right there. And her name. I've never actually fucking watched this video from start to finish. But Yeah, like that. This is what I think the song was supposed to be, or not necessarily what it was supposed to be, because this song is like hundreds of years old. But if there was going to be a modern iteration of this song, I think it would be this version. Like you have the Celtic Women version of it, which I don't think is very good. You have a couple of different versions of it. I'm pretty sure it's the Dubliners did a version of this song that is pretty good. It's more of a folksy kind of like you know, we're drinking in a pub and we're trying to have a good time, so we're singing a song sort of version of it that I think is really good. But I think this is my favorite, and when I want to be pumped, I listen to this, you know. Another little interesting fact for you guys. Um, this is actually how this is actually how you spell my name in Irish. This is fucking Shulivan, right? Knee, I believe knee is indicative of being married to a man. The way they do Irish surnames, there's like O, there's Mick or Mac, there's knee. There's UI, which I would assume is kind of the same as like oh, it would probably be like oo or we or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, so if I remember correctly, this person, what their name in Irish basically is saying is this is M Mary, like wife of Sullivan, basically, right? If I'm remembering correctly, I could be remembering incorrectly. You know, that's oops. If I am, oops, my bad. But yeah, but like one thing I do know for fact is this is my last name. You know, so that's. I thought that was a fun fact. Reminds me of Neutral Milk Hotel. I've never actually listened to Neutral Milk Hotel before. Maybe I'll have to check them out. I don't know. People are getting pissed that Silva and Chael were playing patty cake. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious, dude. 4 hours in and Scott's going on a side quest. Hey, man, look, we finished that bullshit. We finished that bullshit MMA crap that you guys make me watch, all right? Now we're on to the real stuff. We're on to the good stuff now, okay? We're on to the real good stuff. Now I see why you like Age of Empires. Why? Gaelic? What about it? What about it, Scratch Coast? I was doing laps around my room doing shit while listening to Scott's narration. Good. Scott, come to Brazil. I will someday. Couldn't even watch the fight, just listen to some guy watch it. LOL. Still had a good time. Nice stream, man. Good job. Thanks. Thank you very much, Jared Newton. I appreciate that, man. I don't know if you're still here, but feel free to pop in the future. With that being said, though, I think I'm going to get out of here. It's been a little bit over 4 hours, and I have to say, this was a pretty damn good stream. I had a good time, and I hope you guys did too. Up next, well, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow at 5 p.m. It's probably going to be a chill stream unless I find a game that I can play that we could maybe get into. I think next week we'll probably start on a game, meaning like a Sunday video game stream game. We'll probably do that. Actually, now that I think of it, I might not be streaming tomorrow because I'm probably gonna, you know, have something else going on that I'm gonna have to go to. But if I do, it might be later. Or if not, I'll stream on Monday. It'll be one of the three. It'll be one of the three. Okay. And then Wednesday I will be streaming 9 p.m. Friday 9 p.m. And then yeah, we're also going to be streaming for a bunch of different fights. You know, UFC 303 coming up in a few weeks. The Netflix card with Jake Paul, and now Mike Perry, not Mike Tyson, but Mike Perry is going to be on the Netflix card. We're gonna stream for that, and I feel like there's a couple others that I'm forgetting about that we're gonna stream for. So yeah, we'll get it all figured out. You know, we'll get it all figured out. Anyway, do you think before I go, do you think Yuri can beat Pereira if he uses more wrestling and ground and pound instead of standing up with him? Yeah, of course. You know, of course, sir. But anyway, with that said, I'm going to get out of here. So again, thank you guys so much. I'll catch you later. And peace out.